Chapter 1. In June, jade shines and gold flows. Inside the Shen family villa, sunlight penetrated the entire floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, and even the second floor was covered with gold powder. Shen Chu leaned on the railing on the second floor with his chin resting on his arm, looking towards the living room on the first floor. Su Luoyue was answering the phone on the sofa, and the TV opposite was playing the popular summer drama in a low voice. There is a row of small robots on the TV cabinet below, and on the antique display shelf on the other side, there are no antiques but various national certificates of honor inlaid with gold and silver, as well as various trophies. Yes, I am Xia Shiming's mother. Su Luyu's voice was cheerful. Which university to choose? That depends on his opinion. We always respect our children's decisions. This is the nth call you've received. Shen Chu rubbed the flesh of his arm with his chin and curled his lips. You are happy now. Catching a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye, Shen Chu instantly straightened up and called out in a sarcastic tone, Provincial No. 1 scholar. How long have you been standing behind me, watching me? Xia Shiming walked out from the shadows on the second floor, light and shadow shifting on his body. Shen Chu looked at him and wanted to curl his lips again. The pair of phoenix eyes inherited from Su Luoyue were cold and sharp on Xia Shiming, making him look unworldly. A golden halo stained his face inch by inch, making him as handsome as a god. People could not help but admire him, but were afraid to approach him. Shen Chu wanted to touch his eyes. Including him, of the 5 children in the Shen family, the other 4 inherited Su Luyu's phoenix eyes. Only he was obviously different. Unlike Shen Ming's house peach blossom eyes. He had completely different almond eyes. Of course it can't be the same. Although his surname is still Shen, it's just a surname. After all, he is not a member of the Shen family at all. Every aspect, inside and out, is different from the real Shen family. When he was 5 years old, he knew that he was not the biological son of the Shen family. Xia Shiming is the biological youngest son of Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou. Even though he was adopted into the Shen family at the age of 5 and had always refused to change his last name, Xia Shiming had proved in other ways that he was undoubtedly a member of the Shen family. Like his 3 brothers, he was so outstanding that people could only look up to him. As for Shen Chu, apart from clinging to the surname Shen, he seemed to be out of tune with the Shen family in any way. The eldest brother, Shen Shuo, is only 26 years old and has only graduated for a few years. But he has already taken over the Shen group and become one of the top new business elites with outstanding achievements and numerous honors. Shen Yi and Shen Sui are the same age and are fraternal twins. At the age of graduating, one is already a top star in the entertainment industry with both good reputation and achievements, while the other is in the field of AI and has been invited by major international research institutes for his self-developed robots. Xia Shiming is the same age as him, and both of them have just taken the college entrance examination. Shen Chu had been working very hard, trying desperately to surpass Xia Shiming. During the first 6 months, he did not relax for a single day. He would secretly study under the quilt in the middle of the night, fearing that Xia Shiming would see the light on in his room. However, in this war without the smoke of gunpowder, before the last moment, the enemy had already occupied the high ground and the outcome was immediately clear. As the provincial top scorer, Xia Shiming had already received admission calls from top universities before other students' college entrance examination results came out. Shen Chu was carrying the flag, but before he could charge to Xia Shiming, he was crushed halfway. The flag fluttered, covering his entire body, head and face. He didn't even need to be compared, he could have died peacefully. Still want to compete with others? The result is so embarrassing. The more Shen Chu thought about it, the more he opened his eyes wide and looked at Xia Shiming. What is this called? You lose the fight but not the battle. Xia Shiming, are you very proud now? Xia Shiming stood opposite Shen Chu, wearing a black short-sleeved jeans, simple and refreshing, with cold white skin and no extra expression on his face. Giving off a cold feeling that was difficult to approach. What are you proud of? Xie Shiming glanced at Shen Chu and said, what joke do you have for me to see? The new birthmark on your chin. What birthmark? Shen Chu rubbed his chin and glared at Xie Shiming. I was wondering about it, but then I saw a round red circle on my raised arm. Then I remembered that I had just rubbed the flesh on my arm with my chin for a long time. His skin was white and it turned red when he exerted force, which was very obvious. Realizing what kind of image he was currently portraying, Shen Chu glared at Xie Shiming in anger again. His eyes are round like a cat. There is a red circle on the chin, and it is still a silly cat. Xie Shiming glanced at Shen Chu again, walked over, put his hands on the second floor railing, looked down, and suddenly asked, what do you want to do in the future? What? Shen Chu was a little slow to react. Xie Shiming turned to look at him, continue to compete with me? Or with Shen Shua and the others? Is it interesting? Shen Chu paused, what do you mean? Literally. Xie Shiming's tone was calm, but it made Shen Chu angry for no reason. What does it mean literally? Xie Shiming, if you look down on me, just say it. I know I'm not as good as you, nor as good as my elder brother and the others. I have always known myself, and I haven't done anything to you. I just want to. You just want to prove yourself. Shen Chu pursed his lips and held back from speaking, keeping all his breath in his stomach, like a bloated puffer fish. Xie Shiming turned his gaze back and looked downstairs, seeming to sigh. Prove something, is it necessary? He sneered, don't you have what you want? Shen Chu, aren't you tired? Xie Shiming knocked on the railing, even if you are not tired, I feel tired for you. Besides, I have my own way to go in the future. I don't want you to follow me all the time. It's annoying. Shen Chu's face turned red instantly, with a mixture of anger and a sense of being hit on the head. Who has been following you? Shen Chu yelled, but turned and left. I thought, of course I have what I want. What do I want? What will I do in the future? What path will I take in the future? From childhood to adulthood, it seemed as if he had always been watching the backs of his three brothers, trying desperately to catch up. This was even more so after he knew that he was not a biological child of the Shen family. He put all his effort into competing with Xie Shiming again, and would fight to the death if he could not win. No matter how sleepy I feel at night, I pinch myself and won't go to sleep until I finish my studies. You have to learn everything, learn this and that. But it seems that you can't learn any of them well or thoroughly. If you can't compare anything else, then compare your grades. His grades were not bad, but compared with the 4 biological children of the Shen family, he was nothing like them. Shen Chu sometimes felt like a fly with its head buried, buzzing around and unable to find the right direction, but what could he do? It was the same person who made him choose to stay in the Shen family in the first place, so he could only work hard to prove himself. Prove that my original decision was right. But over the years, facts have proved that even if he kills himself, there is still a huge gap between him and the Shen family. The gap between kinship is an insurmountable chasm. He is not the son of Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou, there is no way he can be. Shen Chu rubbed his eyes and rushed downstairs with his head down. His mind was a mess. He seemed to have all kinds of ideas. But he couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and the world was upside down. At the same time, a voice that finally changed its tone came to my ears. Shen Chu was still in the mood to think, it turns out that Xie Shiming could make this kind of sound. Then he fell down, and the whole person fell into darkness. When he fell into darkness, Shen Chu suddenly felt very regretful. He not only heard Xie Shiming's voice, but also Su Luyu's voice. So panic-stricken, so extremely frightened. Shen Chu could say without hesitation that Su Luoyue loved him the most. Even after knowing that he was not her biological son, her love for him remained the same and even increased a little. But he still had a grudge in his heart, always remembering that he was not Su Luyu's biological son, and always felt a little awkward. He didn't want to have any estrangement with Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou, but he drew a line for himself. Ignorant and stupid. Extremely stupid. Thinking about it now, I really want to slap myself a few times. Comparing himself with his brothers and Xie Shiming, he tried desperately to prove himself, to prove that as the son of Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou, he could also be excellent. But in the end, for so many years, he put the cart before the horse and hurt himself and others. Has he ever truly been himself over the years? And when his only remaining relative came to find him, he did not leave with them. All these years, this matter has been hidden in Shenchu's heart. In fact, he regrets it and can't help but wonder, what would happen now if he had left with the other party? But then again, how could he have the time to think so much? Didn't he fall down the stairs? And he fell badly. At this moment, Shenchu finally realized what had happened and broke out in a cold sweat, and screamed ah. It feels wrong to call it out. Whose voice is this? Shenchu's eyes widened and he covered his mouth with a snap. Then he covered his mouth and whispered, ah. Wow. It's so tender. Ah. He lowered his head to look at his short arms and legs, which were still chubby and round. When he pinched them, they left marks. It hurt. This must be a dream. Was he shrinking or something? Everything has become smaller. After pulling up the shorts, Shenchu was shocked. He had never seen such a small penis. My three views were shattered and I suddenly felt something was wrong. As soon as Shenchu looked up, he saw a child opposite him, looking at him with an indescribable look. Ah, isn't this Xie Shiming when he was a child? Shenchu immediately crawled over and pinched Xie Shiming's face. Xie Shiming was stunned for a moment, then his face became stern, his brows furrowed, and he asked in an inexplicable tone, "What are you doing?" "Oh, it's alive and can talk." Shenchu narrowed his eyes. Said nothing, and crawled back to where he was, sitting on the fluffy carpet, hugging his chubby little arms in deep thought. After a while, he clapped his hands and confirmed with some hesitation, he has returned to his childhood. Xie Shiming was there too, when he was 5 years old. Was he this fat when he was a kid? A little round chubby kid? Shenchu pinched his chubby belly in frustration, thinking that he had grown so thin, must he have lost weight by doing too much curling? He had always thought that he was a person who could not gain weight, but it turned out that it was not the case. I lowered my head and noticed that there was a brick-like book between my legs. It seemed to be a dictionary. It's all in English. When Shenchu closed his fat hands, he saw the words Oxford English Dictionary written on the hard cover. Come to think of it, he had memorized this dictionary when he was a child. After all, he knew how to exhaust himself from competition since he was a child, especially after Xie Shiming was recognized as a member of the Shen family. If he is not thin, then who is thin? People who have practiced bricks one since childhood. Shenchu opened his eyes wide and stared at the brick in front of him, then narrowed them again, stretched out his fat legs, exerted his might, and shouted with contempt, "Screw you. When he grows up, abandon will no longer be the first word, bullshit." A fat foot kicked at the brick. The brick was moved a few inches symbolically, and Shenchu fell on the carpet holding his fat feet, defeated. The pain was so severe that tears were about to come out, but when he turned around, he saw Xie Shiming looking at him as if he was a fool, so Shenchu held his tears back. "What are you looking at?" Shenchu yelled, tried to hold it in, but couldn't help it. He lay on the carpet, held his fat feet up to his eyes, and blew on his big toe twice with his mouth. "It's bleeding." How unlucky he was. After I finished blowing, I thought about it and realized that I had overestimated my flexibility. I was like a little turtle trying to flip its lid, with its belly sticking out, and I couldn't flip it up all at once. Oops. Shenchu shook his hands and feet, then leaned to one side before getting up. Then he saw Xie Shiming looking at him with an indescribable look in his eyes, which was quite complicated. What are you looking at? There's nothing good to see. Shenchu lamented that Xie Shiming was very emotional when he was a child, but at the same time he felt a little annoyed and angry at being looked at. He also felt that he had become smaller and was not adapting well, and was making a fool of himself, so he yelled at Xie Shiming again. It's really unreasonable. But Xie Shiming had never spoiled him since he was a child, so he said, if you are sick, take medicine. Although he didn't know why, Xie Shiming felt that the little fat man in front of him was a little different. Xie Shiming subconsciously thought that the other party might be sick. After all, sick people will have some changes. So what little Xie Shiming said actually didn't have any extra meaning, it just meant to remind Shinchu to take medicine quickly if he was sick. But when Shinchu heard this sentence, it didn't mean that. He hadn't come to his senses yet and felt that Xie Shiming was being sarcastic towards him. Just as the fat boy was about to retort, he was beaten again. Touching his chin, Shinchu's eyes rolled and his tone suddenly changed, smiling. Brother, are you feeding me medicine? My feet still hurt, brother, can you help me with the soothing? Xie Shiming. Watching Xie Shiming's face change several times, not knowing what expression to put on, Shinchu lay down on the carpet again in great joy. And stretched out his fat feet in front of Xie Shiming. Brother, give me hoo-hoo. Chapter 2. Who told you to say I'm annoying? Shinchu has a pair of bright black almond eyes, which are round, and an equally round face with some baby fat. When he smiles, he looks like a white glutinous rice ball, with a soft, chewy texture. At this moment, his eyes curved into a crescent shape, and he didn't hide his mischievous look at all. His plump white feet were almost in front of Xie Shiming's face, and he was getting close to his face and opening wide without any psychological burden. It was a rare opportunity to gain the upper hand in the contest with Xie Shiming. Shinchu, with an adult's heart, enjoyed bullying the little Xie Shiming and fluttered happily on the carpet like a fat pigeon. Seeing Xie Shiming frowning, he couldn't help but lean back, and even raised his toes to his nose and smelled them. Brother, it smells good, not stinky. Then he came in front of little Xie Shiming again. The fat boy lay on his side, with a sincere look on his face. Really, I didn't lie to you. So. Hoo-hoo. Xie Shiming kept silent for a while with a stern face, stretched out his hand to push it away, then stood up and walked out. Do you dislike him so much? Shinchu snorted lightly, put down his legs, turned sideways, lay flat on the carpet, opened his big eyes, stared at the ceiling blankly, his thoughts drifting away again. After all, it takes some time to accept this kind of thing when you go back to your childhood. For Shinchu, it was like starting over again. This time, he couldn't just follow the same path as before, right? When he fell down the stairs, he felt extremely regretful. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself back to when he was 5 years old. This was simply God's great mercy, giving him a chance to start over. Allowing him to make another choice when facing a crossroads in life and pursue a different life experience. He must seize such an opportunity. Hold it tightly. Just as I was thinking about it, a small hand suddenly stretched out in front of me. This hand is a little bigger than his and a lot more bony. Although it is also white, if you look closely, you can see some tiny scars that have not yet completely faded. It is not delicate. Looking up again, you can see Xie Shiming's usual expressionless face. As far as Shinchu can remember, he actually doesn't quite remember what Xie Shiming looked like when he was a child. Compared to his chubby round face and chubby body, Xie Shiming turned out to be much thinner. He also looks particularly taciturn. Apart from inheriting the Shin family's clear-cut and superior looks. He is the kind of child that you don't want to tease. Shinchu blinked and looked back at the hand that Xie Shiming extended to him. There was a pill in that hand. Shinchu tilted his head. Then slowly realized that. Xie Shiming. Do you really think he is sick? What kind of medicine is this? Medicine for fever. As Xie Shiming spoke, he glanced at Shenchu's head, as if he thought Shenchu was not smart enough. Shenchu. The little fat boy pushed it away. I'm not sick. Xie Shiming responded with a suspicious look. Shenchu thought, you know shit. He is a reborn person, breaking free from the shackles of his soul, enjoying the present, looking forward to a bright future, and is a free soul that is about to spread its wings and fly high. You mortals simply cannot understand his inner agility and beauty. While complaining in his heart, Shenchu flipped over again, stuck out his butt, and climbed up with his two fat hands. During the process, he raised his feet, straightened his waist and stuck out his belly. After going through the whole process, he finally looked directly at Xie Shiming's chin. He can't keep up with his agile and beautiful inner body. How annoying. Xie Shiming seemed like he wanted to say something else when he suddenly heard the sound of a car driving in from outside. Shenchu trotted to the window and looked down. It was obviously a nanny car. It's Su Luoyue. Thinking of Su Luyu's panicked and frightened voice when he fell down the stairs, Shenchu felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't help but run outside. Still on the second floor, after Shenchu ran out the door, he hesitated for a moment. After just a short while, I heard a voice coming from downstairs. Ma'am, you're back. Come on, Xiaozi, say hello to the lady. Xiaozi. Shenchu frowned, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Xie Juanzi. And Zhu Fengzhen. How could he forget that there were these two people when he was a child? At this moment, Shenchu was not in a hurry to go down. He walked small steps to the horizontal railing on the second floor, held the railing with both hands, squatted down to lower his presence, put his little face on the solid wood railing, and looked downstairs quietly. Sure enough, Zhu Fengzhen and her son Xie Juanzi were standing in front of Su Luoyue. Xie Juanzi is also 5 years old this year, only a little younger than Xie Shiming. Before Xie Shiming was recognized as the Shen family, he was Xie Shiming's nominal cousin, and Zhu Fengzhen was Xie Shiming's nominal aunt. He and Xie Shiming were taken away by mistake in the hospital. The person was his biological mother, but Shenchu and Zhu Fengzhen had no relationship with them, just like Xie Shiming was not Xie's biological child, and neither was Shenchu. Speaking of which, this matter is quite tortuous and tragic. Shenchu's father is unknown. His biological mother is Xiang Xingyue. She gave birth to him at the age of 21 out of wedlock. The Xiang family is an ordinary small-town family, and the parents are also ordinary parents. They are old-fashioned and conservative. They cannot accept Xiang Xingyu's pregnancy before marriage, and even the father is nowhere to be found, so they want Xiang Xingyue to abort the child. But Xiang Xingyue has a stubborn personality and would rather run away from home than give birth to the child. Just a few days after Shenchu was born, she was still lying alone in the hospital when she heard that her parents had an accident and died in a car accident on the way to see her. So Xiang Xingyue suffered a huge blow before she could recover. Suffering from physical and mental trauma, she was discharged from the hospital in a hurry, but somehow she ended up taking the wrong child. It was only after I had dealt with my parents' funeral that I realized something was wrong. But Xiang Xingyu's health deteriorated. She didn't know whose child she had picked up by mistake. She collapsed on the way to the hospital and never got up again. If she hadn't met Xie Shiming's adoptive father Xie Wenshan, who knows what would have happened to the baby who was still in the cradle. Perhaps because of the shallow kinship, Shenchu also has an uncle, Xiang Xinghe, but he was kicked out of the house when he was 19 years old, severed all ties and contacts with the family, and his whereabouts are unknown. So once Xiang's parents got into trouble, Xiang Xingyue had no other relatives. Xie Wenshan was kind-hearted. Not only was he willing to adopt Xie Shiming, he also took good care of Xiang Xingyue during her last period of time. However, after Xiang Xingyue passed away, when Xie Shiming was 4 years old, Xie Wenshan was diagnosed with cancer. It was already in the late stage when it was discovered. After nearly a year of treatment, which almost used up all the family's savings, there was no improvement. What Shinchu knew was that although Xia Wenshan adopted Xia Shiming, he had never forgotten Xiang Xingyu's last wish before her death to help Xia Shiming find his biological parents and then find Xiang Xingyu's own child. After Su Luoyue gave birth, she took a break from acting for nearly 5 years in order to take care of him. She only made a comeback this year. Xia Wenshan happened to see Su Luyu's comeback on TV. He noticed that Xia Shiming's eyes and eyebrows were very similar to Su Luyu's. Even though he thought it might be a fantasy, he was determined to bring Xia Shiming to City B. When she gave birth to her eldest son Shinshua, Su Luoyue did not retire from the film industry. When she was pregnant with Shen Yi and Shen Sui, Su Luoyue still did not give up her work. But there was almost an accident when giving birth to Xia Shiming. Su Luoyue gave birth in another place, and only Shen Mingzhou rushed over to accompany her. After the child was born, Su Luoyue decided to temporarily retire from the entertainment industry. On the one hand, I want to take care of the children, and on the other hand, it is to maintain my health. In addition, due to Su Luyu's status as a popular movie star, although the birth in the hospital was hasty, the information was kept confidential, so that for so many years, Xia Wenshan had not been able to find out much information about Xia Shiming's biological parents. Fortunately, Xia Wenshan's desperate gamble was correct. Xia Shiming was indeed the biological son of Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou, and the real young master of the Shen family. When Xia Shiming was 5 years old, he finally returned to the Shen family. After this incident, Xia Wenshan seemed to have finally unloaded the burden and could no longer hold on. Even with the financial support of the Shen family and a team of experts, he still could not resist cancer and eventually passed away. Shen Chu's biological mother died early, and he didn't know who his father was. His grandparents were also gone, and he didn't know where to find his only remaining relative, so even though Xia Shiming was adopted into the Shen family, Shen Chu was not sent away. I thought the matter was over. But not long after Xia Shiming was adopted into the Shen family, his nominal aunt Zhu Fangjin came with his nominal cousin Xia Juanzi, hoping to find a job for him in the Shen family. Because Xia Wenshan's younger brother Xia Wenyong hit and killed someone with his car, who was a high school student, the other party's parents refused to accept a private settlement and insisted on sending Xia Wenyong to prison. In addition, Xia Wenyong was also involved in gambling. So this sentence was not small. Not only did she lose the pillar of her family, she also had to pay a lot of money and suffer a lot of contempt and criticism. So Zhu Fangjin said that she could no longer stay in County C and had no other choice but to come here. I hope that for Xia Shiming's sake, they can take them in. At that time, the fact that Xia Shiming was recognized as being in the Shen family caused quite a stir. After all, Su Luoyue made a high-profile comeback, and Xia Wenshan had no way to find her, so he could only try his luck and wait for her to show up, so the news was not concealed. When Zhu Fangjin brought Xia Juanzi over, it was not known whether it was a coincidence or not, but the news had spread. So under various circumstances, Su Luoyue let Zhu Fangjin stay in the villa as a maid, and Xia Juanzi also moved in. Both mother and son lived in the guest room on the first floor, which was a single room. These are all things Shen Chu knew since he was a child. He also knew that Xia Shiming's relationship with the mother and son was not actually very good. Zhu Fangjin and Xia Juanzi originally wanted to have a good relationship with Xia Shiming, but Xia Shiming was rude to them and refused to get close to them at all. Before the age of 15, Shen Chu thought Xia Shiming was an ungrateful person and was very close to Xia Juanzi. But after he was 15 years old, when Xia Wenyong was released from prison, Shen Chu was severely slapped in the face. Why did Xia Wenshan drag his sick body and take a gamble to bring Xia Shiming to City B after seeing Su Luoyue on TV? When Xia Wenshan sold his old house in the countryside to pay for his medical treatment, the money was swindled away by Xia Wenyong. Otherwise, how could Xia Wenyong have the money to gamble, and how could he have hit someone with his newly bought car? Xia Wenshan and Xia Shiming had been living in an old house in the countryside. Xie Wenshan originally wanted to use the money from selling the house to rent a small place to live in, but he was soft-hearted and was cheated of his money by his own brother. That's why Xie Wenshan took a gamble and brought Xie Shiming to City B. He was desperate and just wanted to settle Xie Shiming before he died, to fulfill his wish and put an end to it all. Shen Chu didn't know what kind of life Xie Shiming led before he returned to the Shen family, but the day Xie Wenshan died was the only time he saw Xie Shiming cry, silently, only tears kept falling. The two have depended on each other for 5 years. Perhaps because of this, Xie Shiming is unwilling to change his surname. But how could he possibly get close to Zhu Fangzhen and Xie Juanze? After all, besides Xie Wenyong, Zhu Fangzhen was also involved in swindling Xie Wenshan's life-saving money. Plus, Xie Juanze not only bullied Xie Shiming since he was a child, but also disrespected Xie Wenshan. It was even less likely that Xie Shiming would have a good attitude towards this family. But Zhu Fangzhen and Xie Juanze pretended too well, and Xie Shiming was too young to say anything, so he had to endure it until Xie Wenyong was released, and then he let the whole family disappear from his sight completely. It was also at that time that Shen Chu learned the whole truth and recognized the true faces of Zhu Fangzhen and Xie Juanze. Recalling this, Shen Chu couldn't help but touch his face and couldn't help but hum. Xie Shiming, you can't even fart, even if you hit him with 8 sticks. Seeing Xie Juanze pretending in front of him every day, who knows how he would laugh at him, right? He was clearly the victim, but the roles were all taken away by this mother and son. When you were a child, your words had no weight. Can you die if you say something when you grow up? Shen Chu was so depressed that he buried his face between the railings and was so angry that he felt like he was going to mold. Madam, I heard that Shi Ming will go to Nanhong kindergarten when school starts in July. Zhu Fangzhen held Xie Junze's hand and stood in front of Su Luoyue, speaking with envy and admiration. I heard that kindergarten is great, very good in every aspect, and one of the best in City B. Shi Ming is so lucky to be able to attend such a kindergarten. He and our Xiaozi both went to kindergarten in County C before. Su Luoyue has wavy Weinert hair, beautiful facial features, and a pair of phoenix eyes on her face. She is naturally charming. Although she is already 38 years old, you can't tell that she has given birth to 4 children. After hearing what Zhu Fangzhen said, Su Luoyue stroked her hair and asked in surprise, really? Our Mingming went to the same kindergarten as your son. But I remember Mingming stopped going to school when he was 4 years old. He has been taking care of his adoptive father for more than a year. How old could he have been when he went to kindergarten? When Shen Chu heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Why didn't I think his mother was so eloquent before? What I mean is, why are you trying to get close to me by sending 2 children to the same kindergarten? One child went to kindergarten at the age of 3, and he stopped going at the age of 4. One child has to take care of his adoptive father alone. How do you discuss this matter? But it was unknown whether Zhu Fangzhen heard it or not. She changed the subject and said in a different tone, Shi Ming has been found, but our Xiaozi. Madam, I have a child here, and I came to City B alone to work hard, and I don't have any connections. I'm fine, I can do anything, but the child can't be delayed. I'm useless as a mother. So I can only shamelessly ask you for a favor. Do you think you can find a way to let Xiaozi go to that Nanhong kindergarten? Zhu Fangzhen sighed again. Our Xiaozi grew up with Shi Ming. If the 2 brothers can go to school together, they can at least take care of each other, don't you think? Chapter 3. It's bullshit. Who are brothers? Was his brain fogged or his eyes blinded by the bird? Why didn't he notice that Zhu Fangzhen was like this? Shen Chu rolled his eyes fiercely, crossed his legs, and squeezed his face between the railings. Let him open his eyes and see how shameless people can be. And Xie Shiming, that idiot, being silent will only bring you trouble. You pretend to be deep all day long, and you don't know how many times you have been used as a gun. Downstairs, Zhu Fangzhen didn't know where she got such a thick skin from. She played the emotional card on the left and the moral blackmail on the right. speaking with great sincerity and even tears in her eyes. "Madam, please help me. Let Xiaoza stay with Shiming and help take care of Shiming. They grew up together and have a great relationship. Besides, Shiming just came back and he must have some difficulties adapting. With someone close to him by his side, if someone outside says something, Xiaoza can still protect them." Su Luoyue glanced at Zhu Fangzhen, curled her lips and asked, "What can people outside say about Mingming?" "Well, just the gossip and stuff." Zhu Fangzhen laughed dryly. "Shiming was brought here by his father, his adoptive father. At that time, something happened to old Xie in our family. Our two families were separated and it was difficult to contact each other when something happened. Shiming was young and my elder brother was gone, so it was normal for him to forget to go back and report the news. But outsiders wouldn't know, right? I am a woman who has come here with my son. I am desperate. It is because you are kind-hearted that you have given me and my son a way out. In fact, I can do anything. My life is good enough now. But those people outside still say all kinds of things. Of course, they don't understand the real situation." Zhu Fangzhen looked carefully at the expression on Su Luyu's face, and said with a guilty and apologetic look, "I'm just afraid that if something happens to us mother and son again, it will affect Shiming, isn't that right, ma'am?" "Threaten. Definitely a threat." Shen Chu's pair of bright black round eyes narrowed instantly. When Zhu Fangzhen came with her son, both mother and son looked miserable. It just so happened that Su Luoyue had been very popular since her comeback, and the Shen family had recognized their biological youngest son. It had only been a short time since the incident, and there was still a lot of residual heat. So the media seized on Zhu Fangzhen's incident and reported it vigorously. There are all kinds of opinions. Some people even speculated that Xie Shiming was ungrateful and despised the poor at such a young age. He returned to the Shen family and didn't care about his previous family. He was simply an ungrateful person with no conscience. Some of the wanton speculations were even vicious and convincing, as if they directly defined Xie Shiming. In short, it was not a good look and the overall public opinion was distorted. When Zhu Fangzhen said this, wasn't she hinting to Su Luoyue that if they and their son didn't live well, it would ultimately affect Xie Shiming, and then Su Luoyue would probably suffer as well, so she had to think carefully. Su Luoyue naturally heard it, but didn't say anything for a while. Shen Chu looked a little anxious. Zhu Fangzhen brought up Xie Shiming and hit Su Luyu's soft spot. It was indeed difficult to give an easy answer to this matter. The fear was that if it was not handled properly, something else would happen. After all, it's easy to say whatever to adults, but for a child, some impacts will be infinitely magnified. This is what Su Luoyue thought. She didn't care how she herself was affected, but she didn't want her youngest son, whom she had just adopted, to suffer any unnecessary impact. She was already feeling pain, so how could she tolerate her youngest son being hurt again? Don't say that children are ignorant, in fact they know a lot. What's more, Xie Shiming doesn't look like a person who knows nothing. He is even quite precocious. In fact, Su Luoyue felt even more distressed about this. Therefore, she could not tolerate anything that would affect Xie Shiming. But I just agreed to it. Hold your breath. It's also very frustrating. Originally, there was nothing we could do to accept Zhu Fangzhen and her son. Letting the other party work as a maid in the villa is just like hiring a servant. It is not a big deal. But if I agree to what Zhu Fangzhen said directly, I will feel sick no matter how I think about it. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Although helping out is not a big deal, and it doesn't require much effort, it's still frustrating. The media is still watching them and paying attention to all relevant information. Su Luoyue can't just say no now. Just as Su Luoyue was thinking, hesitating whether to speak, she heard a tender little voice suddenly sounded. Oops. Help, Mom, help me. The conversation was interrupted. Su Luoyue immediately looked up and was shocked. Baby, what are you doing? How did you get into this state? Don't move. Mom will help you right away. Having said that, Su Luoyue quickly got up and ran to the second floor. What happened? Just then, a round head suddenly popped out from the horizontal railing on the second floor. Shenchu stood with his short legs apart, and his chubby hands were holding the railings on both sides, like a little turtle sticking its head out, with fate strangling its neck, and his head couldn't retract. He cried out in pain and tried to pull himself out with force, even with his little butt sticking up, but it was no use. There was a commotion, and Su Luyu's anxious calls, and the railing was almost removed. Finally, another small voice said, "Stand up, the railing above is empty." Shenchu, who had been squatting, said. Su Luoyue took a look and hurriedly grabbed Shenchu's belly, picked up the ball like Shenchu, and placed his head along the railing to a looser place above, then pulled it out. Luckily she managed to pull it out. Alas! Fortunately, this railing has an irregular shape, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Then he planted Shenchu in the ground like a cactus. "Baby, don't be so playful next time. You almost scared your mother to death." As Su Luoyue spoke, she kissed Shenchu's cheek fiercely, then looked at Xie Shiming who was not far away and waved at him. "Our Mingming is so smart, Mom didn't even notice it just now." "Thanks to Mingming." "Baby, thank your brother quickly." In the past, Shenchu was reluctant to speak, as if he was not as good as Xie Shiming, but now, he was willing to listen to Su Luoyue. After all, Su Luoyue had always hoped that they could have a good relationship with each other. Especially the relationship between him and Xie Shiming. So Shenchu nodded obediently and looked at Xie Shiming. Just as he was about to speak, he met Xie Shiming's gaze. How to say it? That look was no longer like the look of looking at a fool. It was simply incomprehensible, as if he had encountered some unsolvable mystery. He stared at Shenchu with something more indescribable than words could describe, and his eyes were indescribably complex. Shenchu was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, "How long have you been standing behind?" After he finished speaking, Xie Shiming's expression became more complicated. "How long have you been standing?" Probably from the moment Shenchu squatted in front of the railing, and then suddenly like a little calf, Shenchu jumped into the middle of the railing for such a long time that posture, as righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he had a grudge against the railing, so resolute it planted a great shock in Xie Shiming's little heart at that time. Immediately afterwards, Shenchu's subsequent change in mood gave Xie Shiming a great shock. So much so that Su Luoyue had been busy for a long time before Xie Shiming remembered to remind her. Xie Shiming hadn't spoken yet, but the expression on his face said it all. Shenchu covered his face with his fat hands. Needless to say, one must have seen it all. Oh, what a shame. He was so busy that he didn't even notice Xie Shiming was behind him. As expected, Xie Shiming has a stubborn personality that can't be changed even if you beat him with 8 sticks. He has had this habit since he was a child. What an idiot. You can't even say thank you. Do you need me to teach you, you fat idiot? Who is fat? He is just a little chubby. Baby fat. Before Shenchu could even open his mouth, an irritating voice came from the side. The tone was sarcastic and loud, and one could imagine from the tone how much the speaker wanted a beating, and the speaker was definitely looking down at him. By the way, Su Luoyue didn't come back alone. It was summer vacation at that time, and Su Luoyue participated in a parent-child variety show called My Son Grows Up. The variety show was very popular throughout the summer, and the most popular ones were Su Luoyue and his second brother Shenyi. Shenchu turned his head suddenly and saw Shenyi crossing his arms and squinting at him. His eldest brother Shenshua is 9 years older than him, his second and third brothers who are fraternal twins are 5 years older than him, and Shenchu is 5 years old now, which means that Shenyi in front of him is only 10 years old and still in elementary school. However, her facial features have already begun to show their beauty. Although Xie Shiming looks like Su Luoyue, he is still not as similar as Shenyi and Su Luoyue. Shenyi is the son who looks most like Su Luoyue. He has a pair of phoenix eyes, fine facial features, a feminine appearance, and long hair. As soon as he appeared with Su Luoyue, he attracted widespread attention. He has had countless fans since he was a child. When he grew up, he became a top star and reached the peak as soon as he debuted. As a result, Shen Chu can see Shen Yi anytime and anywhere, whether at home or outside. However, seeing Shen Yi as a child at this moment still made Shen Chu feel a little emotional. 10-year-old Shen Yi is really annoying. Chapter 4. Hey, Xiaoyi, it's not nice to say that to the baby. Su Luoyue said something neither lightly nor heavily. It was not that she was partial to anyone nor did she have the heart to say anything to anyone, but she seemed to not know how to start the conversation. She glanced at Shen Yi, then at Shen Chu, with a helpless look on her face. Shen Yi also glanced at Su Luoyue, then turned his head away, snorted almost imperceptibly, and curled his lips. Shen Chu could clearly feel Su Luoyue sighing. He knew why. Although Xie Shiming had only been brought back to the Shen family for a short time, in comparison, Shen Yi and the others, including Shen Shua and Shen Sui, did not spend much time together with Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou, because his three brothers were taken to the old house to be raised not long after they were born. Shen Mingzhou is the second child, and he has an older brother, Shen Buchuan. In fact, the Shen family would never fall into the hands of Shen Mingzhou. Shen Buchuan was the one who had been trained to be the head of the family. But fate was so helpless. Shen Buchuan died unexpectedly at the age of 27, and Shen Mingzhou had to take the responsibility of the Shen family. But before that, Shen Mingzhou was almost in a free-range state, with no burden on him. He married Su Luoyue, who was not a good match for him, since he had an eldest son. Their father Shen Songwu didn't say much. But after Shen Buchuan left, Shen Songwu became increasingly dissatisfied with Shen Ming's house marriage to Su Luoyue. But the matter was done, and Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue had a good relationship, so Shen Songwu could only accept it. Then the old man set his sights on the next generation, saying that if Su Luoyue gave birth to a child, he would be the one to raise it personally. So when Shen Shua was born, he was taken to the old house. After Shen Yi and Shen Sui were born, they were also taken to the old house. Su Luoyue was also a bit angry, and because she was looked down upon, she was even more unwilling to give up her job. Of course, the main reason was that the couple could not persuade Shen Songwu, so over the years, they did not have much time to spend with their three children. It was not until Su Luoyue became pregnant again that she finally could not bear it and sent the child over. Resting the body is indeed one reason. But the most fundamental reason is that she could not bear to have her children sent to the old house again. So Shen Chu is the only child who has been raised personally by Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou for 5 years. The mother and son have such a good relationship because of this reason. Thinking of this, Shen Chu sighed secretly, but in fact, he had robbed Xie Shiming of the favor that he should have enjoyed. Not long after Xie Shiming was brought back, Shen Shua, Shen Yi and Shen Sui were also released from the old house. This was because Shen Songwu had been getting less and less energetic in recent years, and his first wife had passed away, and his eldest grandson Shen Shua had grown to 14 years old. So they were not keeping him under control so tightly, which allowed the family of 4 to truly reunite. All in all, although Shen Yi and Su Luoyue participated in the variety show together during this period, they had only been together for about 2 months, and they were probably still feeling awkward with each other at this moment. Shen Chu couldn't help but sigh again. He cared so much about the comparison between himself and the 4 brothers before because of how much Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou doted on him. The better the two treated him, the more unwilling he was to be inferior to Xie Shiming and the others. In fact, it is not quite accurate to say that I am unwilling, it is more difficult to accept it. I don't want to seem out of place. But in the end, we end up neglecting the most important thing. In the past, Shen Chu would not have paid attention to such words. After knowing that he was not the biological son of the Shen family, he became more restrained in all aspects. Although he competed secretly, he would not provoke Xia Shiming and others if possible. Unless he can't help it, of course, it's okay for the others, but he probably can't help it for Xia Shiming. Probably because Xia Shiming was the same age as him, he could not tolerate the fact that Xia Shiming was so much better than him, and the comparison made him seem so out of place, even a little unbearable. But facing the 10-year-old Shen Yi, Shen Chu's dark eyes widened and he didn't want to endure it any longer. He put his fat hands on his waist and shouted back, "Of course I know how to say thank you. I am much more polite than you." After saying that, Shen Chu rushed to Xia Shiming, held Xia Shiming's hands, and continued to shout loudly, "Thank you, brother." The 3 words were shouted out with great force. Anyway, he won't be like in his past life this time, so he won't continue to swallow his anger. I don't know what's wrong with Shen Yi and the others. He has been cautious enough, but they act like they can't stand me. They always say something sarcastic to him whenever they get the chance, and they have to make him mad. It's so infuriating. This time, he's going to get angry back too. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Shen Yi's face changed. He was furious. No one knew what he said had offended him, but he was about to reach out and grab someone. "Little fatty, who are you calling rude? You're so bold. You didn't even call anyone when I came back." Shen Chu thought, "What the hell, you just know how to bully him." Ah, someone is hitting someone. Shen Chu didn't know what was wrong with him at this moment. He hid behind Xia Shiming at a speed that was inconsistent with his size, and hugged Xia Shiming with both hands. "Brother, help me." Shen Yi sighed. "What is that? It sounds so sweet, so disgusting. Come here. What are you doing?" At this time, 2 more people came in from downstairs. Shen Yi looked down and immediately called out politely, "Big brother." Shen Chu shrank his neck instantly. The people who came were Shen Shua and a middle-aged woman with short, capable hair. The 2 of them must have met by coincidence when they came here. They entered the door together and didn't seem to be very familiar with each other. Shen Chu turned his eyes and remembered that the other party was Su Luyu's agent, He Lin. "Sister Lin." Su Luoyue also greeted him. He Lin came here to discuss work with Su Luoyue. The variety show schedule has ended, but the show is still on the air and it is a time when traffic is high, so the next work arrangements need to be carefully considered. As someone who will be participating in the program with Su Luoyue, Shen Yi also wants to go and listen. Shen Chu stuck out his tongue at Shen Yi. "Let's go." But Su Luoyue was stopped by Zhu Fangzhen, who still spoke hesitantly and brought up the previous topic. However, after being accidentally interrupted by Shen Chu, bringing up the same topic again now seemed a little weak. After all, he was a little overwhelmed. Shen Chu wanted to try again, but then he heard Shen Shua open his mouth. "Let your son go to school with Sherming." "Yes, yes, master." Zhu Fangzhen pulled Xia Juanze, who had been beside her all the time, and forced a smile. After all, Xiaoze and Sherming are brothers. If he can go to the same kindergarten as Sherming and accompany him. As for the term brother, Shen Chu is more suitable than your son. Shen Shua has a slender figure. At the age of 14, he is already very tall. Apart from a pair of eyes inherited from Su Luoyue, he actually looks more like Shen Mingzhou, except that he is more serious and his eyes appear particularly sharp and cold. This. Zhu Fangzhen's face looked a little ugly, and her smile became more forced. I only mentioned this because I saw that Sherming still cared about his adoptive father. He is a good child and still remembers the kindness of my elder brother. This brings Xia Wenshan out. Shen Chu was still behind Xia Shiming and could clearly feel Xia Shiming's small body tense up. Zhu Fangzhen's intention was almost to say that for Xia Wenshan's sake, she had to treat the mother and son well. After all, Xia Shiming didn't even want to change his last name, and her son Xia Juanze was Xia Wenshan's nephew. How shameless! Shen Chu cursed inwardly, thinking that Xia Shiming was not incapable of speaking, but it was difficult for him to speak. What could he say at this moment? Would he accuse Zhu Fangzhen? I'm afraid Zhu Fangzhen would have many reasons to refute him. What's more, Zhu Fangzhen really grasped the key point: as long as Xie Shiming still missed Xie Wenshan, she could make a fuss about it, and even if Xie Shiming had some reaction at his age. They were now a vulnerable group and could be easily dealt with. So, it's really hard to deal with someone who is shameless. But Shenchu glanced at Shenshua and thought that if he didn't continue, he would be sorry for Shenshua for saying this. So Shenchu leaned close to Xie Shiming again, secretly pinched himself, his eyes turned red, and then looked at Su Luoyue, pitifully speaking, "Mom, he is going to kindergarten with his brother, not me." As he said this, he pointed at Xie Juanze. Then he looked at Xie Shiming again, his face wrinkled, looking even more aggrieved. "Mom, didn't you say that brother should be brought back, and he and I are good brothers, and we should love each other well? Why is there someone else?" As Shenchu spoke, he really started to drop gold beans, and delivered another critical hit. "Mom, please don't leave me." Su Luoyue was heartbroken after hearing this. She quickly hugged Shenchu and Xie Shiming and held the two children together. "No, of course Bao Bao and Mingming are good brothers. Of course, you two should go to kindergarten together. Mom didn't lie to you. Mingming will be in your class. When school starts, he will go to and from school with you." "Really?" Tears still hung on the chubby Shenchu's face. Su Luoyue nodded quickly. "Really, really. That's not all." Shenchu looked at Xie Shiming next to him and asked, "Brother, you want to go to school with me, right? Not him, right? You will choose me, right? Brother?" Xie Shiming was tense the whole time. At this moment, Shenchu's chubby face was almost in front of him, like a glutinous rice dumpling, with round eyes and tears on his cheeks. He looked pitiful, but why did he look like he was doing something bad? Shenchu moved forward again, as if he would take the initiative to get affectionate with Xie Shiming if Xie Shiming didn't say anything. In fact, Shenchu is very beautiful. He finally found a way to control Xie Shiming. Ha ha. Poor Xie Shiming was a little confused and could only nod helplessly. I don't even want to go to school with him. Xie Shiming is a disaster star, huh? A sharp voice sounded nearby. Zhu Fangzhen's face suddenly changed as she covered Xie Junze's mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then, without waiting for Su Luoyue and the others to say anything, she hurriedly pinched Xie Junze's arm and pressed his head, forcing him to bow his head and apologize. Zhu Fangzhen also bowed and apologized, looking very terrified. "The child is ignorant and talks nonsense. Madam, please don't take it seriously. I will definitely teach him a lesson later and make him stop talking nonsense." This made Su Luoyue speechless. However, Su Luoyue did not give any response. Shenshua glanced at the mother and son and said, "In that case, you can go to work in the annex building." What? Zhu Fangzhen didn't understand what this meant. "It's just a greeting." Shenshua continued, "Since he is Shiming's former relative, it is only right that he be taken care of. This means that Xie Juanze can go to Nanhong kindergarten." Zhu Fangzhen immediately showed a hint of joy on her face, but before she could completely hang up, she heard Shenshua continue to speak. "But you have to respect the child's wishes. Besides, Nanhong kindergarten's tuition is not low. You will have to pick up and drop off the child yourself in the future, and you also have to earn money. So you can go work in the annex building. There is less work, so you can have more time to take care of the child." Zhu Fangzhen opened her mouth, but no words came out. "If I go to the annex building, will there be a chance to come to the main building? There is little work there. But many of the people working there are even temporary workers. She lives in a single room here with her son. Can she get such good treatment if she moves to the annex building next door?" What's more, before, Zhu Fangzhen had been thinking in her mind, let her son benefit from Xie Shiming. Not only can he go to the Nanhong kindergarten, but he can also go to and from school with Xie Shiming. In this way, she wouldn't have to spend a lot of time and effort, and maybe even get money. After all, the Shen family has plenty of money. But no, is she losing the watermelon or picking up sesame seeds one? I could also get close to Xia Shiming and build a good relationship with him here, and I could also get in touch with the host family. But now, not only did I have to spend time and effort to send my son to school, but I also had to bear all the expenses for his schooling. She even had to leave the main building. And it would be difficult for me to find a reason to come back in the future. I suddenly became a marginal person. But what can Zhu Fengzhen say? Reject? She knew that if she said anything else, she would be ungrateful. Moreover, facing Shenshua, she didn't know why, so she didn't dare to say anything else. So she could only swallow her words. Not only that, but I also have to express my gratitude. Shenchu was watching from the side and there was only one word to describe his feelings: awesome. Yeah, I won't have to see this mother and son anymore, The matter was resolved. Su Luoyue was going to take Shen-Yi and He-Lin to the reception room to talk, so she rubbed Shenchu's little head and said, "Okay, stop crying. Go back to your room with Mingming and read." Shenchu shook her head. "Mom, I want to watch cartoons." "What? What did you say you wanted to watch? A cartoon?" Su Luoyue was surprised. Shen-Yi was even shocked to the point of widening his eyes, and even Shenshua stopped walking and looked toward Shenchu. Xia Shiming did the same, turning his head to glance at Shenchu, but probably because of what he had been through, he seemed relatively calm compared to the others. Shenchu. What? Why do they all look shocked? It's normal for a person of this age to actively watch cartoons. Why does he seem to be saying something wrong? Is this reaction really correct? Chapter 5. Baby, are you sure you're watching cartoons and not reading books? Su Luoyue asked again uncertainly. God knows how many times they have used the TV since they bought it. Well, I want to watch cartoons. Shenchu muttered quietly, I don't want to read anymore. He finally has his childhood again, but if he doesn't make up for what he missed, what's the point of coming back? In the past, I was either reading or studying. Pushing myself harder than a wound-up spring. From childhood to adulthood, I dared not relax for a moment, for fear that I would stand still. So I tried my best to catch up, but in the end, what was the use? Mom, can I not read? Su Luoyue was about to cry. Can. Why not? Finally, there is a child in their family who knows how to play. Su Luoyue wanted to watch it with Shenchu herself, but unfortunately she had work to discuss, so she said, Baby, do you want someone to accompany you? What cartoon do you want to watch? Do you know how to search on TV? Shenchu thought, what's so difficult about this? He has never turned on the TV and he can't even read. But on second thought, it is really not the time for him to learn to read. At least it is impossible for him to search for the cartoons he wants to watch without any obstacles. Not to mention that he has never watched them before. He needs someone to accompany him. But Su Luoyue and Shen-Yi were busy, and Xia Shiming was the same age as him, so the only one left was. Shenchu stared at Shenshua. Looking for Shenshua? Want to go with his big brother who is serious, stern, serious, mature beyond his years, never knows what entertainment is, and can make his heart flutter just by frowning. Well, it's not impossible. Anyway, if you calculate the time, he will leave the Shen family in less than half a year, so what is there to be afraid of? Thinking this way, he can have no psychological burden at all. So Shenchu immediately became confident and righteous. With his little belly sticking out, he looked at Shenshua with eager eyes. And his meaning was conveyed too obviously. Shen-Yi took a deep breath secretly and was not in a hurry to leave. He just stood there and waited for the result. Shenshua frowned and said without hesitation, find someone else. Shen-Yi immediately looked at Shenchu as if he was watching Entrainment Channel, and spit out the tongue that Shenchu had stuck out at him before. See, little fatty, how could Big Brother possibly agree to you? Besides, watching cartoons and the like has nothing to do with Big Brother at all. Shinchu also knew that Shinshuo would never agree to him, but he is no longer the same person as before. The fat, strong and courageous 14-year-old Shinshuo is easier to deal with than the 26-year-old Shinshuo. So Shinchu rushed over and hugged Shinshuo's legs, sticking his little butt on the ground, and hanging down like a pendant, vividly showing the prelude to his impending crying, "No, I want my big brother, no one else. If you don't accompany me, I will make a fuss." The little fat boy raised his face and opened his mouth as if to howl. Half a minute later, Shinshuo sat on the sofa with Shinchu. When Shen-Yi and Su Luoyue left, he kept looking back with an expression that was indescribably complicated. Even Shinchu couldn't believe it. He actually succeeded. Oh my god, does Shinshuo fall for this? Shinchu glanced at the person beside him secretly, thinking that it was probably because he had no other choice. After all, no one was like him. What are you looking at? Ah. Shinchu immediately shook his head and pretended to be stupid. What are you looking at? Shinshuo was helpless. I asked you what cartoons you watch. Oh. Shinchu scratched his head and found that Shinshuo had already pressed the remote control to switch the TV program to the cartoon section, so he thought about it and reached out for the remote control. You find it yourself. He didn't know what to watch, as he had never seen much of it before, and it was all just a distant memory. What good cartoons are there at this time? Shinchu didn't have any ideas at first. He just didn't want to read, but he wanted to find something to do. Besides, he was a child now, so he decided to watch cartoons. However, when he looked around, he found that there were so many cartoons. And there are all kinds of them. The variety of items is dazzling. He also remembered to ask for the other party's opinion, very generously. Which one do you want to see? Yes, Xie Shiming was also forced to stay by him. After all, we should be brothers who love each other. Turning around, he saw little Xie Shiming in a daze. He shook his head and whispered, whatever. Shinchu wanted to retort that there shouldn't be a cartoon called Casual, but then he noticed that Xie Shiming seemed to be a little depressed, or unhappy. What happened? Didn't Zhu Fengzhen and her son leave? Since when did you start to become silent? It seems like it started from Xie Juanzi calling Xie Shiming a disaster star. After thinking about it, Shinchu moved closer to Xie Shiming and asked, then I can just find one myself? Xie Shiming said oh, and then something occurred to him. He felt like there was a kitten next to him, round and warm. Its arm was pressed against his, and the little arm was soft, and the temperature was transmitted directly to him. Is it too close? Xie Shiming had a frown on his face, seeming to be uncomfortable with it, but he didn't know how to start. At this moment, I couldn't think of anything else. While he was hesitating, he heard Shinchu slap his thigh and said in a tender voice, just look at this. As he spoke, he grabbed Xie Shiming's hand and shook it, reminding him, whatever you want, come and watch it with me. Xie Shiming's hand was held again. And then released. He couldn't help but pursed his lips. He didn't know what was in his mind. He looked up along with Shinchu in a daze, and his eyes were fixed on the TV. I don't know whether I read it carefully or not, but I don't have the energy to think about anything else. But Shinchu really looked into it. The complete series of Digimon. He had heard of this cartoon, it was very famous, so he picked the first one to start watching. Once he watched it, he was instantly immersed in it. Agumon, Gabumon, oh, wow. Agumon evolves into Tyrannosaurus. Isn't this just a dinosaur? Shinchu subconsciously looked at Xie Shiming, only to find that Xie Shiming did not speak. Who is talking? It's still a yellow dinosaur. Xie Shiming looked to the side past Shinchu and was about to speak when he saw Shinchu suddenly raise his little hand and hushed at him. Then he turned his head little by little and stared at Shinshuo with wide eyes. I saw Shinshuo frowning and watching TV. Although he had this expression, his eyes did not move at all. He folded his arms, sat upright, as if he was not focusing on anything. But he did not even notice that he and Xie Shiming were looking at him. But 2 seconds later, Shenshua looked sideways and met Shinchu's gaze. Well, the atmosphere is a bit subtle. Cough. Shenshua tilted his head, expressionless, nothing to see, a yellow dinosaur very childish. Shinchu touched his chin with his chubby hand and tilted his head. Is this his evaluation? He turned to look at Xie Shiming. Is this true? Shenshua, his 14-year-old brother, was still in junior high school. But he was already involved in the company's affairs and could even help Shen Mingzhou with some work. He was as familiar with documents as he was with books. He would watch the news and wait for the weather forecast every day. Apart from that, he would read financial magazines and newspapers. He can watch cartoons. Even a comet hitting the Earth is not this outrageous. It's not that Shinchu didn't believe it, it's that he didn't dare to believe it. He turned his little head back, squinted his eyes, and looked at Shenshua without much trust. Before he could even open his mouth to say anything, Shenshua pressed his head and turned him back to the TV without giving him a chance to refuse. It's up to you. Shenchu babbled, brother, do you see it? I don't see it. Why don't you get up without looking? Shenchu blinked and wanted to turn his head, but he heard a noise coming from the door. Then, before Shenchu could react, he saw Shenshua stood up. Turned around and sat on the sofa facing the TV. Baby, are you watching cartoons? Ah. Shenchu was suddenly picked up by the armpits. He shook his legs and looked back. Dad. Shen Mingzhou behind him smiled instantly, and there were 2 shallow dimples on his handsome face, which made him look particularly bright and sunny. Even in middle age, his charm has not diminished. He rubbed Shinchu's little face hard. After putting Shinchu down, he wanted to hug Xie Shiming again, but Xie Shiming subconsciously dodged behind him. Shen Mingzhao's hands froze. Then he laughed again and rubbed Xie Shiming's head. You two are actually watching TV here. Brother is watching too. Shenchu's small voice lit up. Shenshua, I just accompany them both. No. Shenchu was like a little megaphone, insisting on beeping. Brother was just discussing, Shenshua manually muted the microphone and pinched Shenchu's little mouth. Shenchu struggled and whimpered, and still wanted to expose the person who was trying to hide his true intentions. That's right. Shenshua said slowly, are we going to Grandpa's place tomorrow? Shenchu. The little fat boy suddenly wilted. Oh, I remembered it again. Although Shenshua and his family moved back, they were required to move back to the old house together in the middle of every month, and they had to stay there for a full week every time they went back. It was a torment for Shenchu. How could he forget about this? Chapter 6. When you hit a snake, hit it at its 7-inch point. Even a short and fat little snake's 7-inch point is also 7-inch. As soon as Shenshua opened his mouth, he grasped the subject with precision. The little fat boy lay down immediately and didn't feel like talking anymore. The main reason is that there are too many rules in the old house. For example, every time he went back, Shen Songguo would routinely ask about and examine their homework. They were not allowed to speak too loudly, make noises, talk while eating or sleeping, and they had to stand and sit in the right posture. In short, there were rules for everything. Everything else is fine, but every time they are examined, when it is Shinchu's turn, there is always a sharp contrast. Before he was 5 years old, Shen Songguo was not very satisfied with him. After he was 5 years old, when he knew that he was not the biological son of the Shen family, he became even more dissatisfied with him. It would have been better if he had just ignored him. But unfortunately Shinchu insisted on getting close to him at that time. It's really just asking for trouble. But then again, he was going to leave this time anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Yes, what is he afraid of? Shenchu slapped his forehead and said, let's do whatever we have to do. When I think about it this way, I feel completely fearless. Ha ha. Xia Shiming was watching from the side and saw that Shinchu's round eyes, which had been drooping, narrowed up again in an instant, just like a kitten who was only thinking of bad ideas, and there seemed to be a big fluffy tail behind him, swaying happily from side to side. What are you thinking about? Xia Shiming felt that Shinchu was a little different today. It's hard to say what has changed, but some of their behaviors are very different from before. And sometimes even leave Xia Shiming dumbfounded and speechless. But the strange thing is that he doesn't hate it or feel disgusted by it. Compared to when he first came to the Shin family, Shinchu resisted him and deliberately kept a distance from him, and got up every day to find something to do, as if he didn't want to be idle. Now, Shinchu in front of him seemed to have become more lively. Like a hamster running wildly on a roller wheel, it is full of energy and motivation. I just don't like doing real work as much as before. Shen Mingzhou went home after get off work, and Su Luoyue finished her work chat. He Lin did not stay for dinner as she had other work to do. She said hello and left quickly. Su Luoyue was in a good mood today and said she would cook for herself later. By the way, Xiao Sui went to attend summer camp. Didn't he say he would be back today? Oh, he was taken back to the old house by Dad first. Shen Mingzhou coughed lightly and said. We have to go back tomorrow anyway, so Dad asked someone to pick up Xiao Sui first. Su Luoyue opened her mouth, nodded after a while, and whispered, I don't know. Shen Mingzhou touched Su Luyu's hair helplessly. Shen Chu stood on the sofa, and the fat boy watched secretly with his hands on the sofa back. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, then patted the back of the sofa and said tenderly, Mom, what delicious food are you going to make for dinner? Su Luoyue came back to her senses, calmed down, and replied with a smile, Mom will make your favorite food. Then she realized something and looked at Shinshua and Xia Shiming again, what do you two want to eat? Mom will make it for you today. Xiaoyi likes to eat beef brisket stewed with tomatoes. You too. No need, I can do anything. Shinshua interrupted Su Luoyue. Xia Shiming hesitated for a moment, but still said, I can do anything. Su Luoyue pursed her lips and smiled again. Okay then. But Shinchu could clearly see the disappointment in Su Luyu's eyes, but there was no rush. After all, Shinshua and the others had only moved back not long ago, and they didn't have many preferences in the old house. They just cooked and ate whatever they wanted. In addition, Su Luoyue chose to make a comeback, and the children are all busy with their own things. They are not like Shen Yi, who has been with Su Luoyue and participated in variety shows together for more than 2 months. It still takes more time to get along with them. Shen Chu looked at Su Luyu's back as she went to the kitchen. Shen Mingzhou insisted on going over to help, but in fact he was just going to coax her quietly. His round eyes slowly narrowed. Although it sounds a bit weird to say it, Su Luoyue is indeed the closest to him now. She spends more time with Shen Yi and their relationship seems to be pretty good. As for the rest, including Xia Shiming, there is still a gap when they get along with each other. Even before this, Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue often returned to the old house, but they had not lived together since childhood, so there was a distance between the 3 Shinshua brothers and Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou. Especially for Shinshua, there was a gap of 14 years between them. In one already a teenager, how can I too make up for this? Not to mention Xia Shiming, he had only just returned to the Shen family. It is not entirely true to say that Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou were irresponsible. They both had their own helplessness and difficulties. But now, so many years have passed. Looking back, it is of no use even if they regret it. They can only try to make up for it now. Shen Chu leaned his chubby face against the back of the sofa, counting on his fingers, wondering what his parents would do after he was gone. So when it was time for dinner, Shen Chu stood on a chair, holding a rice spoon, and scooped up the dishes for Xia Shiming one by one. Well, do you want to eat tomato beef? Tomato or beef? How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? They're my favorite. Try one. Cola chicken wings are delicious too. Well, you can pick the bones yourself. And this. This. Shani chewed the beef and couldn't help knocking on the table. What are you doing? The little fat boy is acting weird. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Or did something happen during his 2-month absence that he didn't know about? Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue were also looking at Shen Chu, with the same look of surprise on their faces. However, they were really pleased that Shen Chu could get along so well with Xie Shiming, so they would never bother him. But since Shen Yi asked this, they were also very curious. Shen Chu scooped up the dishes with a spoon, filling it up every time, and then shakily put it into Xie Shiming's bowl, piling it up on the rice to form a small hill. Then he put one hand on his waist and pointed at the rice and dishes. Choose one to eat, and I'll scoop another spoonful for you. No. Otherwise I'll scoop each one again. Xie Shiming instantly closed his mouth, frowned, hesitated for a while, and took a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Oh no, I chose what he likes to eat. What a good vision. The little fat boy happily filled his stomach with another spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Among so many dishes, he took the first bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. No matter he liked it or not, he certainly didn't hate it. He was really smart, he had tested it out. Then he looked at Shenshua and scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Brother, I will share my favorite food with you. Shenshua looked over. Little fat boy immediately smiled. Do you like it? Shenshua took a bite and wanted to say a few perfunctory words. But after looking at the smile on Shenchu's face, he finally said, It's okay, too sweet. Then try this. This? Oh. The little fat boy narrowed his eyes, touched his chin, and scooped another spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Brother, is this delicious? It's okay. Shenshua thought Shenchu had forgotten to scoop the dish for him, so he replied. The tone was still plain, but there were a few more words than before. Shenchu always liked sweet scrambled eggs with tomatoes, so after thinking about it, he gave Shenshua a few more spoonfuls of the same sweet dish, and the answers he got were all with a few more words. So his eldest brother prefers sweet taste. I can watch cartoons, but the taste is sweet. Shenchu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Then he turned to look at Xie Shiming. The test just now was not very accurate. We need to continue testing. Hey, are you trying to be nice? Seeing Shenchu scooping food for Xie Shiming one spoonful at a time, Shen Yi suddenly felt that the food was a little hard to swallow. He couldn't bear to see it. He really couldn't bear to see it. He gave it to the eldest brother and the fourth brother. After giving it to the eldest brother, he gave it to the fourth brother. What was he doing? Shen Yi curled his lips. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly like this? Shenchu snorted. What do you know? I'm being polite. My eldest brother and my fourth elder brother watched cartoons with me just now, so I'm just returning the favor. You're the one who's judging others by your own standards. We are brothers and we should love each other, understand? The little fat boy put his hands on his hips, looking very righteous. Shen Yi was so angry that he was about to die, thinking, what if I'm not your brother? Shen Mingzhou coughed lightly and said. We can even say one should judge a gentleman by one's own standards at the beginning. That's great, but why did you scoop so many extra spoonfuls of food for Mingming? Xie Shiming couldn't help but look at Shenchu. To be honest, he was not used to Shenchu treating him like this, and he didn't understand why. It was more difficult for Xie Shiming to accept other people's kindness than to accept other people's badness, so when he heard Shen Mingzhou ask this, Xie Shiming wanted to take this opportunity to tell Shenchu that there was no need to do this, and he didn't need it either. But before he could open his mouth, a little figure suddenly fell down beside him. Two soft arms wrapped around his shoulders, and Shenchu's voice rang in his head, of course, brother has to sleep with me at night, I have to take good care of him. Take care of. Xie Shiming was stunned when he heard this. It's not that there are no extra rooms here. But Xie Shiming had just been recognized, and Su Luoyue was afraid that he would not be able to adapt, and was also afraid that Shinchu would think too much, so she wanted to let Xie Shiming and Shinchu stay in the same room first, so that they could develop feelings first. So Shinchu and Xie Shiming are sleeping together now. There is a big bed in his room. But although Shinchu said this now, he didn't think so before. When Xie Shiming lived with him, he felt awkward. He was still young at that time, and even though he knew what was going on, he would still cry. So not long after, Xie Shiming and he slept in 2 separate rooms. Now that I think about it, he was just relying on his young age, and at that time Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou doted on him very much. Otherwise, as a fake young master, he was so disdained by other people's own son. No one would feel comfortable seeing this. But it certainly doesn't matter now. Moreover, he thought it was quite fun to tease Xie Shiming. It was rare for him to meet Xie Shiming so young. Shinchu glanced at Xie Shiming, who was frozen in place, humming in his heart, and hugged Xie Shiming's shoulders tighter. See, he didn't even dare to push him away. TSK, poor little thing. It's really a bully, and it's just a pity. Shen Mingzhou groaned and praised Shinchu for being sensible. He couldn't help but feel itchy. Then Dad will sleep with you at night, and you will take care of Dad. Shinchu frowned instantly. No. Shen Mingzhou immediately showed a hurt expression, covering his chest and shouting, why? Shinchu touched his face that was hurt by the prick before. Dad, your chin can prick people. He added another sentence. I would rather sleep with my second brother than with you. Shen Yi, who was still angry at the side, felt relieved when he heard this, but then he thought, that's not right. What does it mean to sleep with the second brother instead of sleeping with Dad? Choosing him is only slightly better than choosing Dad. This little fat guy. So annoying. Shen Yi was so angry that he ate an extra bowl of rice. On the other hand, Xie Shiming also ate too much, and when he lay in bed at night, he could hardly fall asleep. Then he heard Shinchu rolling around beside him. He paused for a long while, and after a while, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. Do you know what she is like? Chapter 7. What? Xie Shiming turned his head and saw that Shinchu had turned his body to the side, with his little hand sandwiched between his face and the pillow, and the other hand placed in front of his chest with his fingers clasped on the bed sheet. His chubby little face was a little deformed. But it did not make him less cute. It's me, mother. Xiang Xingyue. His biological mother whom he had never met and his relatives whom he would never see again. When he was young, after Shinchu found out that he was not a child of the Shen family, he inevitably fell into panic and was at a loss, so he inevitably ignored some other things and even avoided them unconsciously. He is young, knows things but is not sensible. It's not the kind of crying and making a fuss without reason, but when something happens, I don't know what to do. Then when I grow up and look back on the past, I don't know what to do. Because I feel I am not worthy and qualified. After all, he had chosen to continue staying in the Shen family, and over the years, some things seem to have been deliberately forgotten. How can he bring it up again? Every time I think of it, I still try to avoid it subconsciously. But this time when he came back, Shinchu didn't want to escape anymore. He wants to try his best to make up for what he missed, and he wants to know what his biological mother is like. There was a night light on in the room and there was a starlight projection on the ceiling, so the whole room was not dark at all. He could clearly see the outline of Xie Shiming's face, and the other party was turning to look at him. Shinchu opened his eyes and said, although you may not remember her, you must have heard your adoptive father mention her, right? Xie Shiming was only a little old when Xiang Xingyue passed away. It was obvious that he would not have much impression of Xiang Xingyue. But Shinchu didn't know who to ask now. He could only hold on to a little hope and ask Xie Shiming. He was waiting for Xie Shiming's answer, and then he heard Xia Shiming say Shen Chu opened his eyes again in an instant and moved closer to Xia Shiming. Did he mention it? Then what did he say? The bed was very big, and it seemed big enough for two small children to sleep on it, but it was not convenient for them to sleep close to each other. So when Shen Chu got closer, Xia Shiming could feel the breathing of the little fat kid, as well as the smell of shower gel after taking a bath before going to bed, which had a milky fragrance. As this thought flashed through Xia Shiming's mind, he answered, "Auntie left a message for you before she passed away. She said she was sorry that she lost you and that she couldn't wait until she found you. She hoped you could forgive her." After that, Shen Chu remained silent. After a while, he uttered a soft ah, then turned around and said in a muffled voice, "I know. Thank you." Hearing Shen Chu's voice, Xia Shiming hesitated for a moment, then turned around and headed toward Shen Chu. Looking at his back, he seemed to see his small shoulders trembling slightly and heard the occasional gasp. After that, I don't know how long it took before the small noises calmed down. During this period, Xia Shiming kept his eyes open. After a while, he reached out and carefully pulled up the thin blanket on Shen Chu's body. After making sure that the little boy had fallen asleep from crying himself, he lay down flat, pulled the blanket over himself, and then closed his eyes. The next day, neither of them was in a very good mental state. Shen Chu yawned as he sat in the car, counting the time on his fingers. By the time he returned from the old house, kindergarten would have started. He had forgotten what it was like to go to kindergarten, but now he could experience it again. TSK, there's nothing wrong with going back to kindergarten. However, Shen Chu just remembered that Nanhong not only has a kindergarten, but also elementary school, junior high school and high school departments. His eldest brother Shen Shua is in the junior high school department. His second brother Shen Yi and third brother Shen Sui are in the elementary school department, and the elementary school department and the junior and senior high school departments are right around the kindergarten. That area of several thousand acres is all within the scope of Nanhong. This is a wealthy area, and everyone is basically in the same circle when they go to school. Any news in the upper circle spreads very quickly. Thinking of this, Shen Chu couldn't help but curl his lips. Well, some things will probably happen again. While I was making plans, I arrived at the old house. Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue moved out after they got married. After Shen Buchuan passed away, due to Shen Songguo's dissatisfaction with Su Luoyue, Shen Mingzhou would rather withstand the pressure and did not move back, so Shen Songguo has always lived here. After Shen Shua and others moved out recently, the entire old house, which covers an extremely large area, seemed even more empty. Shen Chu once suspected that Shen Songguo set a rule that required them to come back and stay for a full week in the middle of every month, not to help the children with their homework, but because he felt lonely and found such an excuse. Unfortunately, he refused to admit it. The old man is very stubborn, and his personality is both stubborn and tough. He is really unlikable. Shen Chu pouted and followed Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue into the gate. The old house was decorated in Chinese style. It looked simple and heavy, but it also exuded a sense of old-fashioned and feudal oppression that made people feel breathless. Even Shen Yi, who was usually extroverted, became quiet when he arrived here. In the living room, on a mahogany chair, Shen Songguo was sitting and drinking tea. His facial features looked very similar to Shen Mingzhou. Although he was old and his hair was all white, he was obviously still in good health and had a stern and majestic demeanor. On the other side, a child about the same age as Shen Yi was standing next to the coffee table, fiddling with a small robot. The coffee table was covered with various parts and tools, but it did not look messy. Instead, they were arranged very neatly and in an orderly manner. Shen Sui and Shen Yi are fraternal twins, but unlike identical twins, they don't look that much alike. However, they are both very good-looking, except that one has more gorgeous facial features while the other has more gentle ones. Seeing them coming, Shen Sui put down what he was holding and placed it neatly in the middle of a pile of parts and tools. Shen Chu took a look and found that it was a small forklift model. Oh, Shui has liked tinkering with these things since he was a child. During his summer vacation this time, he also attended a summer camp to learn programming, including various software operations and programming, machine operations, etc. It was very complicated. TSK, different people have different fates. He just can't handle these things and it gives him a headache when he starts learning them. Sometimes Shinchu even wondered how the brains of these children in the Shin family developed. Was it really a genetic problem? Shui has a high IQ and strong hand-eye ability. With all kinds of mechanical parts in his hands, he can tinker with something in just a few minutes. Shen-Yi can play various musical instruments and has a natural artistic talent. Even Su Luoyue sighs that he was born to do this. Needless to say, Shen Shua has been with Shen Songguo for the longest time. Although Shen Songguo's educational philosophy is very strict, his training of Shen Shua is indeed at the elite level. Otherwise Shen Shua would not have been able to handle company affairs with Shen Mingzhou at the age of only 14. As for Xie Shiming, although he was not recognized by the Shen family until he was 5 years old, he could chat with Shen Shua about company matters, follow Shen Yi's ensemble music, and assemble machinery with Shen Sui, as if he could do everything with ease. The most hateful person is Xie Shiming. They are the same age, so why is he always inferior to the other person in every way and even has difficulty keeping up? In the past, Shen Chu always felt countless disappointments and resentments, but now when he thinks about these things, he has felt relieved. If he can't win the fight, then don't fight. It's not his place to fight anyway. It was he who insisted on falling into this predicament. Now he just needs to get out of it. Maybe none of that is for him. And this time, he always finds the way that suits him. Click. Shen Songguo put the teacup on the table, waited for everyone to sit down, and then started asking questions. First, he talked to Shen Mingzhou, from company affairs to cooperation projects, like a superior talking to a subordinate. When he heard something he was not satisfied with, he would frown and show a cold face, and then teach him a lesson without any mercy. Even if you don't learn 100 of your elder brother's ability, you should at least have 50 of his ability. I handed Shen's over to you, not for you to deal with casually. Shen Mingzhou frowned. Dad, I didn't. You didn't. Shen Songguo pounded the ground with his cane in his hand and continued to speak mercilessly. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still call it failure? You've grown stronger now and know how to refute me, right? Shen Mingzhou opened his mouth, but could only hold his breath. No. Then listen carefully to me. Yes. After Shen Mingzhou finished listening to the lecture, it was Shen Shua's turn. However, Shen Shua was worthy of being taught by Shen Songguo. He always behaved well. However, when asked what he did yesterday afternoon, Shen Shua paused. Shen Songguo frowned. What? Shen Shua finally spoke. I watched half an hour of cartoons. What? The old man suspected that he was hallucinating. Su Luoyue standing by quickly explained that he was watching it with Shen Chu. After the explanation, she felt something was wrong. Wasn't this exposing Shen Chu again? Sure enough, Shen Songguo immediately glanced at Shen Chu. Su Luoyue wanted to speak again. Don't talk. Shen Songguo didn't even look at Su Luoyue, and then asked Shen Chu what he had learned and done recently. Before coming, Shen Chu thought that he would deal with it if he could. But now, he glanced at Su Luoyue, who was pursing her lips and saying nothing, and began to answer. I watch cartoons, sleep until I wake up naturally, play with toys, and want a Lego robot. There is a nice Japanese song called Butterfly, which is the ending song of Digimon. Grandpa, have you seen Digimon? Have you heard this song? There's a yellow dinosaur called Tyrannosaurus, a wolf called Garuramon, a chicken called Bedoraemon, and oh, there's also a fly called Beetaman. And more. That's enough. What the hell is going on? The old man had a fierce look on his face, and said in a difficult tone, What are you talking about? Shen Chu tilted his head. Grandpa, you are unhappy, how about I sing a song for you? Do you know what it means to lose one's ambition by playing with things? Shenchu shook his head, with a sincere look on his face. I don't know what it means. Shen Songguo. Shenchu, Grandpa, do you want to listen to music? The little fat boy was about to open his mouth. Ah. Shen Songguo, I won't listen. Then he wanted to preach. You. As a result, just after opening his mouth for a word, Shenchu's voice changed, and his expression suddenly changed. His emotions changed so quickly that no one could react. Then he burst into tears. Grandpa, don't you want to hear me sing? Am I some kind of annoying kid? You don't even want to listen to me sing. Shenchu instantly buried his face in the arms of Xia Shiming beside him and cried very loudly. His howling was not enough to make rain, but it was deafening. This was probably a scene that Shen Songguo had never seen in his life. He was shocked for a moment. Half a minute later, this routine conversation and inspection ended ahead of schedule for the first time ever. Shen Shua glanced at Shenchu, his eyes darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shen Yi was still a little dazed, staring at Shenchu's ball-like back in amazement, and suddenly felt that the back was so great. Shen Sui touched his chin and thought to himself. Grandpa often said crying can't solve problems, but can't this solve the problem? Xia Shiming. A little boy suddenly jumped into Xia Shiming's arms, and then he was startled by Shenchu's crying again. He subconsciously hugged the person tightly, then felt it for a while, lowered his head and said hesitantly in a low voice, "You drool." Hey! Shenchu pinched Xia Shiming secretly. Shut up, he's still howling. He's young and his mouth is leaking easily, okay? Is it easy for him? Chapter 8. A routine meeting ended in a dry howl. Shen Songguo almost cried his way to death, and he even had some doubts about his life when he left. The first round ended with Shenchu's victory. First blood. Then at noon, after lunch, Shen Songguo had apparently recovered, his expression was more relaxed this time, and the first thing he asked was when Xia Shiming would change his surname. Change 2 characters to Shen Ming. If you don't have time for this, ask Lao Zhou to do it. I won't change it. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. And the person who interrupted was Xia Shiming. Shen Songguo didn't care much. He just thought the child was ignorant. After all, he wasn't raised in the Shen family since he was a child. It had only been a short time since he was adopted. His temper and other things still needed to be corrected. So he said, your surname is Shen, not Xia. But Xia Shiming still shook his head and looked directly at Shen Songguo. I want change. The tone was firm and without hesitation. Shen Songguo frowned, then looked at Xia Shiming carefully. Do you know what you are saying? Your surname should have been Shen. Your 3 brothers all have 2 character names, so you should change it back. I want the last name Xia. Xia Shiming interrupted Shen Songguo again. At such a young age. He seemed unaware of Shen Songguo's authority. His repeated refusals and rebuttals could be considered disobedience in Shen Songguo's eyes. Nonsense. Shen Songguo's face darkened. You are a child of our Shen family. It is only natural for you to change your surname back. Do you understand? Xia Shiming pursed his lips and wanted to say more, but Su Luoyue spoke first. Dad, if the child doesn't want to change, then don't change. The grace of raising is greater than the grace of giving birth. If it weren't for Mr. Xia taking Mingming in, raising Mingming to this age, and personally bringing Mingming here to find us, we wouldn't have found the child so early. Yes, Dad, Mr. Xia has done a favor for our Shen family. Shen Mingzhou also spoke up. Luo Yu and I both think that it doesn't matter whether the surname is changed or not. Anyway, no matter what Mingming is called, he is still a child of our Shen family, the flesh and blood of Luo Yu and me. And this won't affect anything. Xia Shiming was stunned when he heard this, and his fingers couldn't help but curl up. Shen Chu nodded secretly. Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou have always had this attitude, but they had been in a stalemate with Shen Songhua for a long time. It was not until Xia Shiming went to elementary school that Shen Songhua gradually stopped caring about the matter. But because of this, Shen Songhua has never been very satisfied with Xia Shiming. So after hearing what Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou said, it would not be easy to convince Shen Songhua. Of course, it was impossible for Shen Songhua to agree to this. Moreover, he was refuted by Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou one after another, and his expression became even uglier. Mr. Xie did a favor to our Shen family, but this is not the way to repay. It doesn't matter if he changes or not. If you let him grow up and go out with the last name Xie, what will others say about him? And what will they say about our Shen family? Have you ever thought about these questions? Shen Songhua went to see Xia Shiming again. You are our Shen family's child. If you don't change your surname and keep your surname Xie, do you know how many people will ask you this question when you get out there? How will you respond then? Can you really face that situation? Malicious speculation, rumors, these are all possible. Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou looked at each other and naturally understood what Shen Songhua meant. They had certainly thought about this issue, but Xia Shiming was very firm in his attitude and was unwilling to change. Besides, Xia Wenshan sent Xia Shiming here, dragging his sick body, and almost exhausted the rest of his life to help the child find his relatives. The two have a deep relationship. How could Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou have the heart to persuade the child to change his surname? What's more, Xia Shiming is very opinionated and has his own ideas, so it's even harder to speak up for him, and we can't use tough measures. So in the end, the two decided to respect the child's opinion. Since Xia Shiming doesn't want to, and wants to keep this thought, then let's not change it. After all, the child has been found. Unfortunately, Shen Songhuo's ideas are different from theirs, and they can't argue with him now. Should I change my last name too? At this moment, a small voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked over and saw that the person speaking was Shen Chu. Shen Mingzhou quickly said, "Baby, what are you talking about? You don't need it." "But I am not a biological child." Shen Chu looked at Shen Songhua cautiously. "Didn't Grandpa mean that biological children should change their biological surnames? Then should I change my surname? But what is my father's name? Or should I take my mother's surname Xiang?" As he spoke, Shen Chu's eyes turned red and his voice was choked with sobs. Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue were so distressed that they quickly hugged Shen Chu and coaxed him, saying, "No, just take your father's surname Shen. We are also your parents, so it's okay for you to have the surname Shen." Shen Chu rubbed his eyes and looked at Shen Songhua again, but Grandpa said, "Dad." Shen Mingzhou shouted in a rare high-pitched voice. Su Luoyue also looked over, and before she could speak, she heard Shen Shua also call out Grandpa, and then asked, "Chu Chu has been raised in our family since he was a child. Now that we know he is not our biological child, do we need to change his surname?" Shen Yi and Shen Sui also stared at Shen Songhua. Shen Songhua subconsciously said, "Of course he doesn't need to change his surname. He has been raised in the Shen family for so long, why should he change it? My brother has been raised in the Xie family for 5 years. Why does he have to change his surname?" Shen Chu muttered quietly, "Is it because my brother was recognized? Then when my relatives come to find me in the future, my parents have raised me for so long, and my relatives want me to change my last name, should I change it too? Changing it back and forth is so troublesome. Mom, after changing my last name, will I become a different person?" Su Luoyue shook her head and stroked Shen Chu's little face. "No, you are still you. Then why do you have to change your last name?" As he spoke, Shen Chu glanced at Shen Songhua, and this glance was full of meaning. Shen Songhua. I don't know why, but I felt offended. As a result of being interrupted by Shen Chu, Shen Songhua could no longer speak and walked away angrily with his crutches. He walked so fast, vividly demonstrating that a crutch in one's hand is just a decoration. The second round ended with Shinchu's victory again. Double kill. At night, Shen Songhua called everyone to the study. Behind the large rosewood table, Shen Songhua was sitting on a carved rosewood chair. Next to him stood a round-faced old man, who was the housekeeper who had always been with Shen Songhua. His surname was Zhou, and he was about the same age as Shen Songhua, but looked much gentler than Shen Songhua. These two little ones are old enough to learn more. As he spoke, Shen Songhua gestured to Zhou Bo next to him. Butler Zhou walked over with a stack of papers, smiling, and handed them to Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue. To develop morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically, Shen Shua and his two brothers chose what they wanted to learn when they were young. In addition to practicing calligraphy and Chinese painting, they can also choose a musical instrument to cultivate their sentiments and improve their character. Shen Chu seriously suspected that Shen Songhua looked at him when he said the latter part. You two children, take a look and make a choice. Tomorrow I will ask Uncle Zhou to arrange for someone to come over. There is still plenty of time to arrange this. If there are other things you want to learn, tell them as well. It will be good for the children to lay a good foundation in advance, so that they don't just watch cartoons all day, wasting time and losing their ambition. Okay, Im1 pointing at him. Shen Chu snorted softly in his heart. Sure enough, after Shen Songhua called on him, he started talking about Shen Shua again, as if Shen Shua had committed a huge sin by watching cartoons for half an hour. He is the villain who dragged Shen Shua into committing a crime. What's wrong with watching a cartoon? It's not like you're not learning well. I want to learn something. There were voices coming from the side. It was Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue who were asking Xie Shiming for his opinion. However, they were not asking what Xie Shiming wanted to learn, but whether Xie Shiming wanted to learn it. As a result, Xie Shiming actually said that there was a musical instrument he wanted to learn. Shen Chu knew that what Xie Shiming wanted to learn was, I want to learn the sun. Sun. Shen Mingzhao's eyes were full of question marks. What is that? Su Luoyue knew about it, but she didn't expect that Xie Shiming, at such a young age, actually knew about this musical instrument. The instrument sun is not only a national instrument, but also a relatively primitive one. It is not common to learn it in daily life. However, people like Shen Shua, Shen Yi, and Shen Sui all chose Western instruments. Shen Yi has now learned several other instruments, but he chose the violin at the beginning. Shen Shua chose the piano and Shen Sui chose the cello. Like Shen Chu, he just followed the crowd and chose a common instrument like piano. But it is conceivable that compared with Shen Shua, he didn't play very well. He had no talent and no skills. I really don't know why he insisted on choosing the piano at that time. He kept comparing himself with others and fell behind from the beginning. This time, he wants to choose something different. Anyway, Shen Songhua would definitely not agree with them not choosing anything, so it would be better for them to think about what to choose themselves. Here, Xie Shiming said that he wanted to learn to play the sun. After hearing this, Shen Songhua felt quite satisfied. He always advocated national heritage. It was okay to say that it was conservative. Anyway, it looked better than those foreign things. But Shen Songhua is a reasonable person. He won't say anything if you learn piano, violin, cello, or the like. But at this moment, his expression rarely relaxed and he even briefly praised Xie Shiming. I've also decided what musical instrument I want to learn. Shen Chu raised his hand. Shen Songhua looked over and asked, what do you want to learn? Shen Chu spoke clearly, Swona, too. Shen Songhua, what's that? Swona. What? Swona. Swona. Shen Songhua. Shen Chu was still gesturing with her hands in front of her mouth. It's the kind that makes a beeping sound, a swona. Shen Songhua opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Shen Chu tilted his head and blinked his round eyes at him innocently. Grandpa, is this not okay? But didn't you just say that it's a good idea to choose a national musical instrument? Isn't the suona a national musical instrument? Grandpa, do you discriminate against the suona? Grandpa, you praised my brother for his good choice, why don't you praise me? Chapter 9. Butler Zhou is very efficient. The next day, the teacher found one. The teachers who taught calligraphy and painting were all the same ones who had taught Shinshua before. And the teacher who taught musical instruments was newly hired. To Shinchu's surprise, both teachers were very young. He thought they would invite older teachers to teach them. After all, Shen Songguo's original intention was to discipline their personalities. These two teachers, especially the younger one, seem very sunny and lively. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Butler Zhou lower his head and wink at him. Shinchu. Steward Zhou smiled and bent down, whispering, if you want to play the suona, you need to have some lung capacity. Both teachers were introduced by the young lady. They are famous teachers and talented students. Oh. Shinchu opened his mouth into an O shape. No wonder. It turned out that Su Luoyue opened the small door for them. However, although the two teachers are young, they are indeed famous teachers and their students are talented. They are both experienced and brothers. The older one is called Shibuhua and the younger one is called Yan Yang. One teaches Xia Shiming to play the sun and the other teaches him to play the suona. Shen Songhua asked a few questions, and Shibuhua answered them all. Perhaps it was because Shibuhua had such a good temperament and was dressed in Chinese-style clothes, which gave him a classical and elegant demeanor. Shen Songhua was quite satisfied with him and his expression was more relaxed when they talked. Yan Yang had nothing to do, so he looked around. When he turned around, he met a pair of round eyes and immediately smiled. He waved to Shinchu like he was waving a cat. The little fat boy narrowed his eyes. Yan Yang gestured again and mouthed, "Come here." Shinchu moved closer little by little, looked up at him. And then looked at the small bag Yan Yang was carrying. On the other side, Xia Shiming was also called over by Shen Songhua and started talking with Shibuhua. They were probably talking about the future course arrangements, what kind of learning results they wanted to achieve, and the warning not to give up halfway, etc. Shinchu knew it without even listening. After all, he had heard it once before. Now he is more interested in suona. The reason why Xia Shiming chose the instrument sun was actually because of Xia Wenshan. He later learned by chance that Xia Wenshan could play this instrument. Xia Shiming had come into contact with it when he was a child with Xia Wenshan, so he wanted to continue learning this instrument. As for Shinchu, he originally chose the piano just because everyone else did, without giving it much thought. So why did he choose the suona now? Want to see it? Yan Yang whispered, "My dear. You are the one who wants to learn the suona, right? You have a good eye. But before you learn, I think you'd better try it yourself and get a feel for it, and then decide whether you want to learn it or not." Shinchu pointed with her little hand, "Is this for me?" Yan Yang hummed twice. He brought two suonas, opened one of them and handed it to Shinchu. It's a small suona that Shinchu can hold up with just her two little hands. Just feel it first. Shinchu also hummed twice and looked at it while holding the suona. On the other side, Shen Songhua was still educating Xia Shiming. Somehow, he brought up the topic of Xia Shiming's original intention of learning to play the sun. As a result, Shen Songhua knew the reason and seemed unhappy. After all, Xia Shiming was unwilling to change his surname because of Xia Wenshan. To be honest, Xia Shiming had just walked into a trap. Didn't I give you information before? It's all about the introduction of various musical instruments. You can learn whatever you want. The key is to learn what you are interested in and like, not for any other reason. If you don't have a purpose, how can you learn well like that? Xia Shiming raised his head, "Why can't I learn well? It's something I cherish, so of course I will work hard to learn it. Liking is a motivation. Isn't having a purpose also a motivation?" Shen Songhua looked at Xia Shiming with some surprise. He had discovered before that this child was extremely opinionated. Now he was able to refute him in an orderly manner. Moreover, he was only 5 years old, but his reasoning was so clear, which showed that he was smart. But Shinsongwa had always been used to being obeyed, and he hadn't been happy in the past 2 days, so he felt a little embarrassed by Xie Shiming's rebuttal, and because he hit the point. His tone became even worse. So you are spending the Shin family's money to commemorate your adoptive father? As soon as he said this, Shinsongwa felt a little regretful. He is educating his children, but his words are indeed a bit harsh. But he couldn't bring himself to take it back. Besides, Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue were not here at the moment, so there was no one to respond to the conversation. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. The Shen family's affairs were no secret. Shibuohua could probably tell what was going on. He looked around and was about to speak when Xie Shiming spoke before him. If you are not satisfied with me, you can send me away. Xie Shiming always looked directly into Shinsongwa's eyes, and this time it was even more so. If I come back, I will have to leave everything behind, so you should just send me away. I can't do it. Dad said that people should be grateful and repay kindness. I miss my adoptive father and want to continue learning what he taught me. Is that not allowed? What do you mean? Shinsongwa's expression became even uglier. Are you trying to say that I don't know how to be grateful? Beep. Beep. A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded, barging in rudely and unreasonably, drilling straight into people's ears and brains, flowing straight into the top of their heads along the capillaries, instantly achieving the effect of cleansing the soul. Shinsongwa and Xie Shiming were both stunned for a moment. Shibuohua rubbed his forehead and looked to the other side, only to see Yan Yang frantically chasing after Shinchu, trying to snatch the suona from the fat boy's hands and letting you feel it, not asking you to play it right now. As a result, Shinchu didn't know if he was addicted to playing the suona or what. His little face turned red. And he kept hiding around while holding the suona. Finally, he ran toward Shinsongwa, laid on his knees, raised his little face and asked, "Grandpa, do I play well?" Shinsongwa didn't want to talk. It was good that what was happening was interrupted, and he didn't want to continue, but he wasn't in the mood to talk. And when Shinchu asked this, Shinsongwa wanted to reply, "What's so good about it, it's all the same tune." But when he lowered his head to meet Shinchu's gaze, Shinsongwa held back the words. His intuition told him that it would be better not to say anything. But Shinchu obviously didn't want to give him up like this. He pouted, frowned, and wrinkled his face. "Grandpa, doesn't it sound bad? But didn't you praise me for my good choice yesterday? Listen, this is what happened to him yesterday because he spoke against his conscience. One lie needs to be covered up with countless lies. Maybe he gave it a compliment reluctantly yesterday. And the little thing got addicted to it, and now it's chasing him for compliments again." Shinsongwa seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, but he couldn't hit him, nor could he scold him. What if he started crying again? He was afraid, and he couldn't say that the instrument was not good in front of the two teachers. What else can he do? Shinsongwa could only twitch his lips. "It's okay." Shinchu held the suona again and rubbed against Shinsongwa's legs. "Then can my brother and I go learn it?" Shinsongwa glanced at Xie Shiming, feeling the warmth of the little boy lying on his legs, and suddenly sighed, waving his hands tiredly. Let's go to the instrument room, or let's go to the back garden to learn." "Okay, Grandpa." Shinchu happily held the suona in one hand and reached out to Xie Shiming with the other hand. "Let's go, brother." Xie Shiming looked at it, but before he could make a move, the hand took over and took him outside as if he was too slow. "Hurry up, Grandpa said you can go learn now, don't just stand there." "I haven't heard the sound of the sun yet, brother, can you play it for me?" Shinchu tilted his head and looked at Xie Shiming. "Does it sound good?" Xie Shiming hummed, turned his head, and looked at Shinchu without blinking. "Is it as good as my suona?" Xie Shiming was a little hesitant. The little fat boy narrowed his eyes immediately. His original intention was to tease Xie Shiming, but Xie Shiming shook his head and said seriously, no. Your Suona sounds better. Shin Chu paused. He suddenly discovered Xie Shiming. It turns out that it could be like this. Chapter 10. Study on the second floor. This is Shinshuo's study room. The three brothers are in the study room now. The study is big enough, so adding two smaller ones is no problem. It's just that Shinchu and Xie Shiming's schedule was different from that of Shinshuo and the others. However, outside the window is the back garden, and the view is very good. One can almost see the whole picture of the back garden. Naturally, one can also see the figures outside, two adults and two children, each fiddling with something under the shade of the tree. The object held in one hand was short, fat and round, while the object held in the other hand looked like a morning glory with a long branch. Shen Yi was the most restless among the three. Listening to the occasional noise coming from outside, he would look up from time to time, frowning, baring his teeth, with a changing expression. It was as if there was grass growing under his butt, and his mind couldn't help but fly outside. Brother. That little fat guy is so annoying. That's your brother. Shinshuo was writing big characters and said without raising his head. Shen Yi grumbled, but he always goes against me and doesn't like to call me second brother. Besides, Ming is our biological brother, right? And that little fat boy caused you, the big brother, to be punished by your grandfather. Why are you speaking for that little fat carrot? Look at how he is raised by his parents, like a big fat white carrot. While Shen Yi was muttering, he moved the black ink on his left hand to his right hand. He didn't practice calligraphy, but was painting Chinese paintings. However, compared to practicing musical instruments, painting Chinese paintings seems a little absent-minded. At this moment, a hand stretched out in front of him, put the stack of black ink back to his left hand, put it together with other colored inks, and then arranged them in order. With 2 circles stacked on top and 3 circles stacked on the bottom, arranged like 5 rings. Shen Yi held Shin Sui down with a sullen expression on his face, and whispered, Big Brother's brush stand is messy, and the inkstone is tilted. Why don't you go to Big Brother's place? You only know how to mess with me. Shin Sui had a look on his face that said, Are you stupid? And he spoke with confidence and clarity. First of all, I'm not making trouble. Secondly, I didn't go because I didn't dare. Shen Yi was so angry that he pinched him. Do you still know that I am your elder brother? Just about half an hour. Half an hour is also a long time. Shen Sui analyzed rationally. We were both born naturally by our mother. You were on the bottom and I was on the top, so you came out first. But if our mother had a cesarean section, the one on top would have come out first. So I would be the older brother. It's just a different way of being born that leads to different results. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, so. Shen Sui final conclusion, you got a bargain. Shen Yi, I'll strangle you to death. No matter what, I am older than you now, so hurry up and. Beep. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Shen Sui blinked and opened his mouth towards Shen Yi, beep. Oh. This little fat guy is here to defeat him. Shen Yi looked out the window angrily. When he turned around, he found that Shinshuo had stood by the window and was looking out. Brother, don't you care about him? Shen Yi frowned. If he keep learning this, he'll be fed up. Shen Sui said at the side, It's quite lively. Shen Yi looked over with a look of on his face again. Shen Sui, don't you think that the past 2 days since you came back to Grandpa's place this month have been more lively than before? Shen Yi pursed his lips and muttered softly after a while, He has an easier life with Grandpa than us, and once he starts crying, Mom and Dad can't do anything about him, even if he cries for a long time and drools. Just as he finished speaking, someone pressed Shen Yi's head. Shinshuo looked down and said, You keep talking about Chu-Chu, why don't you mention Ming? Yes. Shen Sui then said, Didn't Ming call you second brother a few times? Why don't you mention it? You care about your brother a lot. Who cares? Shen Yi was about to explode, and repeated, "Who cares about that little fat guy?" Shen Sui tilted his head. "The younger brother I'm talking about doesn't necessarily mean Chu Chu, right? Shen Yi. Just strangle him to death." At this time, Shen Shuo looked out the window again. And Shen Yi and Shen Sui followed him. I saw the little fat boy rushing in one direction. It turned out that Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue came back together. One of them picked up Shen Chu, and the other squatted down and rubbed Xie Shiming's head. Just looking at them, the atmosphere was very harmonious. "Look, he'll tell you." Shen Yi suddenly said, "Look at how well his parents raised him. When he smiles, it's like a radish blooming." Shen Shuo said nothing and turned away. Shen Sui took another look at him, and finally patted Shen Yi on the shoulder. "Actually, you are fine." "What? You've gained weight in the past 2 months." "What?" Shen Yi covered his face in horror. "I'm fat? How much fatter am I?" Shen Sui shook his head and turned away. Nearing noon, Su Luoyue said she wanted to cook a few dishes herself. She went out in the morning and met a director with Lin. She got a good script, which was a movie script. She planned to take a few weeks off before filming and study the script carefully at home. As for other work, she would postpone it if possible. Although her popularity and traffic have been high since her comeback, it has not been long since she participated in a variety show with Shen Yi, and while it is still on the air, they have become the most popular mother and son, and the discussion and popularity have exploded. Not only her, but Shen Yi also received various invitations, and it could even be said that they were continuous. For example, business endorsements, program interviews, parent-child live broadcasts, and even invitations to other variety shows. But Su Luoyue got Lin to agree to only a few of their requests. The main reason is that school is about to start, and she wants to reduce Shen Yi's exposure. After all, the most important thing now is studying. The reason why she agreed to participate in this parent-child variety show was not only because the director invited her sincerely countless times, but most importantly, Shen Shuo and his brothers had just returned from the old house not long ago, and Su Luoyue had just decided to make a comeback. She thought that she should find an opportunity to spend more time with the children. However, after asking the 3 children, only Shen Yi was more willing to participate. Su Luoyue did not participate in this variety show for the sake of her career. She was even prepared for mediocre response after the show was broadcast. Even if it affected her reputation and she wasted more than 2 months of her time, she was willing to participate in the variety show. However, she did not expect that the final broadcast effect would be beyond her expectations. But when I get along with children, it seems like there is something between us. Shen Yi is like this, not to mention Shen Shuo and Shen Sui. The main purpose was not achieved. Su Luoyue didn't even care about seizing the opportunity to reap the benefits of the program. After contacting the director she had met before and negotiating the script, she decided to continue her vacation for a few weeks so that she could have time to stay at home. On the one hand, in addition to being able to study the script carefully, on the other hand, I can also take care of the children personally. She wanted to start by cooking and making some meals that her children would like. Shen Sui was the most honest. When asked what he liked to eat, he directly listed a few dishes, with a combination of meat and vegetables. He even told me what kind of soup he liked to drink. At the end, he added that if you asked about breakfast and dinner, there would be a difference. It's really very comprehensive. Okay. Mom will ask you again tonight and tomorrow morning. Shen Sui thought for a moment and said, I can write it down for you later. There's quite a lot. I'm not picky. Su Luoyue thought about it, bent down slightly, and touched Shen Sui's head. Mom wants to ask you before dinner, mainly to know what you want to eat right now. Whatever you want to eat, Mom can make it for you. Shen Sui blinked and said oh. Then he added, then I will think about it carefully. This sentence instantly made Su Luoyue's nose a little sour. She quickly patted Shen Sui's head, and asked Shen Yi what he wanted to eat later. After asking Shen Yi, she turned her gaze and finally set her eyes on Shen Shuo. It's not that she intentionally put Shen Shuo at the end, but when facing Shen Shuo, Su Luoyue actually felt daunted. The person she owes the most is probably her eldest son. So in front of Shen Shuo, Su Luoyue usually couldn't muster up the energy. Sometimes she even spoke cautiously, as if she was afraid of angering Shen Shuo. In front of Shen Shuo, Su Luoyue is the least confident. At this moment, she spoke to Shen Shuo with a kind of fawning, "Xiao Shuo, Mom will make more sweet dishes later. You actually like sweet dishes, right? Then I will. Don't bother." Shen Shuo interrupted Su Luoyue and said calmly, "There are too many meals to cook, so you don't have to cook mine. It's no trouble." Su Luoyue explained anxiously, "This is not a problem, I just want to do it for you. But I can eat anything." Shen Shuo looked at Su Luoyue, "I can actually eat anything. It doesn't affect anything. After all, I have been living like this since I was a child. There is no such thing as whether I like to eat or not, whether I want to eat or not. I have never thought about it." Su Luoyue turned and went to the kitchen, and Shen Mingzhou followed her in again. "There is usually nothing to do before lunch. So you can arrange it yourself." Shen Songhui usually stays in his study and only comes down for lunch. So now that Su Luoyue and Shen Mingzhou have left, only Shen Shuo and the others are staying in the living room. Shen Chu practiced Suona for a long time in the morning, and his cheeks were a little sore from playing. He didn't want to talk much, but he looked in the direction of the kitchen, then at his brothers, and finally set his eyes on Shen Shuo, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had seen too many such awkward interactions before. "I should have gotten used to it a long time ago, but now that I have pulled myself out of the inner world of turning a deaf ear to the world outside the window and focusing on reading the books of sages, I find that the current situation is actually so uncomfortable. It shouldn't be like this. We can't continue like this. So how do we change that?" Shen Chu looked at Shen Shuo, whose surface showed no emotion at all. Then looked at Shen Yi, who wanted to speak before but was speechless at this moment, then looked at Shen Sui, who was extremely smart but sometimes surprisingly strict, and finally turned his gaze to Xie Shiming, who was still wandering around. He felt that there was a long way to go. But he couldn't handle the grown-up Shen Shuo and the others, and now he's facing the smaller versions of these, he still can't handle them. After thinking about it, the little fat boy tilted his head, took Xie Shiming's hand, and said to Shen Shuo, "Brother, my brother and I want to watch cartoons." Xie Shiming, "Brother, you might like to watch it too, let's watch the Digimon we watched before." This time it was Shen Yi and Shen Sui's turn. They both looked at Shen Shuo. "Brother, do you like watching cartoons?" "Really?" Shen Shuo. He felt the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "It's okay, big brother. If you like someone, just be brave and say it out loud." Shen Chu not only uttered nonsense, but also put his hands on his hips, with his chubby belly sticking out, and continued in a very loud voice, "We must bravely fight against the evil forces. The more we are told not to do something, the more we must do it. Big brother, you are the chosen child, wake up quickly. Big brother beast." Shen Sui tried to hold back, but couldn't help but ask, "Is big brother the chosen child or some beast?" Shen Chu, "Is it not possible to be both? That evil force?" The little fat man raised his head, "Of course." "What is it, of course?" A majestic voice suddenly came from behind, scaring Shen Chu so much that he shrank his neck. "Oh no!" He turned around and saw Shen Songhui coming down from upstairs, looking at him with a fierce face and frowning brows. "Are you going to take your big brother to watch cartoons again?" Shen Songhui came closer and said, "I think you haven't learned enough. You haven't practiced enough." The little fat boy blinked and said, "Then Grandpa, can I continue to play the Suona?" Shen Songhui paused, "There is no need to rush into anything. Learning things is also true." Shen Songhui looked at Shen Chu and said, haven't you finished learning today? Otherwise he wouldn't have come down from the 3rd floor. I've finished learning. Shinchu nodded, so can I watch cartoons now? Or I can play the Swona for a while longer. The little fat boy said sincerely and seriously, it's okay, Grandpa. I don't mind being tired. It's a good thing to learn more. Shin Songhua. He took out his past thoughts on major company decisions, weighed the pros and cons for 2 seconds, and finally spoke with difficulty. Never mind, you can see it before dinner. Then I want my brothers to watch it with me. Little fat Shinchu pointed his fingers at the soldiers and generals one by one. And his fingers were literally jumping on the blue veins on Shin Songwo's forehead. No. Then I don't want to watch it myself, I'd better go play the Swona. Shin Songhua felt that he was trapped in a vicious circle, but he couldn't get out. Half a minute later, Shin-Yi looked at the TV and felt it was particularly magical. Then he looked at Shinchu who was sitting next to Shinshua and Xie Shiming. It was as if he saw a magical ball again. So great. Shinsui touched his chin, or maybe it is the Swona that is truly great. Shinshua. Shinshua didn't expect that Shinchu would succeed again. And it was this scene right now in the living room of the old house, the TV was on, and cartoons were playing. This was a scene he had never seen before, and it was something he had never thought of. Sitting on the sofa at this moment, Shinshua even had his back straight. As I was thinking about something, I suddenly felt a soft touch beside me. Brother. Look quickly. Shinchu came closer and whispered, it's almost time for dinner. We don't have much time. How about we secretly ask Mom to cook a few more dishes? The little fat boy tilted his head and looked up at Shinshua. Brother, what do you want to eat? Shinshua was suddenly stunned. On the other side, Xie Shiming looked at Shinchu leaning toward Shinshua and couldn't help but frown. Are you going to be next to Big Brother? Chapter 11. Shinshua lowered his head and looked at Shinchu. The little body next to him was not only soft but also tender, like a round dumpling. Shinshua couldn't help but think of what Agumon looked like before it evolved, a pink dumpling. Shinchu was still calculating for Shinshua, and told him to ask Su Luoyue to cook 2 more dishes so that he could watch 1 more episode. After saying this, he looked at Shinshua with his round, bright eyes. How's it going, brother? Shinshua paused, then said. I have already said this before. Shinchu nodded and said, I know. Big Brother said he had never thought about it. But if you didn't think about it before, you can think about it now. It doesn't conflict. Shinshua pursed his lips and was about to refuse, but the little fat guy was so anxious that he reached out and grabbed his arm. Brother, think about it quickly, there is not much time left. This episode is less than halfway through. I want to watch 1 more episode. Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother. These calls of Big Brother made Shin-Yi and Shinsui turn their heads. Shin-Yi, what is he doing? Shinsui, I was chased by a dog. Where's the dog? In his heart. Shin-Yi. If he talks to Shinsui again, he'll be a dog. Not to mention Shin-Yi and Shinsui, Shinshua was also aroused by Shinchu's call. He subconsciously started thinking about what dishes to eat. When he came to his senses, the fat little man had already run to the kitchen to announce the names of the dishes. Xie Shiming sat on the sofa, glanced in the direction of the kitchen, and couldn't help but pursed his lips. When Shinchu came back, he saw Xie Shiming with his head slightly lowered. He didn't even watch the cartoons and was in a daze again. In fact, he was in his own world, as if he was separated from everyone else. He thought about it, climbed onto the sofa with his hands and feet, and came to Xie Shiming's side. He whispered, I told my mother about this before. Xie Shiming was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Then Shinchu continued. That's right, I told Mom to cook dishes with eggs for you because you always subconsciously pick up eggs to eat. Xie Shiming's shock was even more obvious. Is he like this? What he said to Su Luoyue last time was true. He really didn't know what he liked to eat and had never thought about it. After all, when he lived with Xia Wenshan, he ate whatever was available and was not picky about food. It didn't matter to him. But did he eat more eggs before? Chickens are good things, and eggs are good things too. Shen Chu leaned against Xia Shiming and couldn't help but sigh, I love eggs, too. Fried chicken is delicious, eggs and potatoes are delicious, stewed potatoes, French fries, mashed potatoes, wow, soft and sticky, can be used as a main dish or a side dish. Why don't you try more potatoes in the future? I think you will like them too. Potatoes are also a good thing. Shen Chu smacked his lips and squinted at Xia Shiming, so are you going to tell me next time? Xia Shiming was still a little confused, huh? When mom asks you again, are you going to tell what you like or want to eat? Shen Chu poked Xia Shiming's arm and said, if you say I don't know again, I won't speak for you. I don't want to bother with so many trivial matters. It's exhausting. The little fat boy spoke with disdain, but Xia Shiming smiled. Shen Chu tilted his head and stared at Xia Shiming with wide eyes, did you just laugh? Wow, one could actually laugh when I too was a kid. But what's so funny? Weird. Shen Chu stretched out his hand and suddenly pinched Xia Shiming's face, stop straightening your mouth and smile again. Xia Shiming blinked and pulled Shen Chu's hand down, the cartoon is about to end. Ah. No, he wants to watch cartoons. It's a hard-won opportunity, but if you don't take advantage of it, you'll lose it. Shen Chu quickly turned his head and snuggled down on the sofa to watch. His body was soft and his stature was small, so he could easily sink into the sofa. He always had to lean on something to feel comfortable. So he would lean on something subconsciously. I was feeling very comfortable next to Xia Shiming at the moment, so I was too lazy to move. Anyway, the smaller version of Xia Shiming should be bullied as much as possible, this is a rare opportunity. Ha ha. Shen Chu laughed in his heart as if he had succeeded, and he felt that his current life was even happier. But at night he no longer thought so. He had study tasks in the morning and afternoon, and he watched cartoons for more than half an hour. At night, he went to bed at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, even workers don't get off work so early. The nightlife has just begun. Even children don't need to go to bed so early. At least he still has an hour to move around, and the growth hormone hasn't started working yet. Shen Chu pouted and sat on the bed, staring at Xia Shiming, I can't sleep. Just like when they were in the villa, when they moved into the old house. Su Luoyue insisted that he and Xia Shiming sleep in the same room first, and it would only be for a week. The other room could be decorated according to Xia Shiming's preferences. But as you can imagine, before Xia Shiming could even open his mouth, Shen Chu had to split the room into two. In addition, before this, the old house had a rule that students had to go to bed early before junior high school, and Shen Chu always insisted on implementing it. Even if he couldn't sleep, he would lie on the bed with his eyes closed. Later, he learned to study in the quilt. It must be said that this was also the reason. But at this moment, he refused to let himself lie on the bed with his eyes closed. He came back to enjoy himself, how could he count sheep with his eyes closed? So Shen Chu moved closer to Xia Shiming and smiled at him first. Xia Shiming. I heard that my mother is in the audiovisual room on the 4th floor. She said she wanted to watch some old movie shot by a certain director. Xia Shiming said oh and nodded. So what? Shen Chu smiled at Xia Shiming again, so let's go and take a look, I heard it's very nice. But have you forgotten what Grandpa said to you after dinner? Because of his performance today, Shen Songhua pays special attention to him and specifically asks him not to make trouble after dinner. Anyway, playing the suona at night is disturbing. Even if no one outside the old house can hear it, Shen Songhua has enough reasons to reject Shen Chu's diligence. So before the old man left, he felt a sense of relief. But can Shinchu listen to him? Of course not. Let's go secretly. Shinchu whispered, Grandpa has gone back to his room anyway, he usually goes to bed early. But. Oh, but what but? The little fat man narrowed his eyes. You don't want to ask me to go by myself? No. Xia Shiming immediately shook his head, I just want to say, aren't you afraid that Grandpa will punish you? Well. Shinchu touched his chin. This was indeed a problem. After dinner, Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui, who were still in elementary school, were naturally sent back to their rooms. But of course they couldn't fall asleep right away. As usual, they turned on the evening reading light and planned to read for a while before going to bed, but suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Shen-Yi muttered and glanced at Shen-Sui. Unlike Shin-Chu, his room is a king room, while Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui is a standard room. After all, they were born together and raised together since birth, so they still share the same room. The room is big enough, and there are not just bunk beds, but 2 beds in the room. Shen-Yi's bed is on the outside and Shen-Sui's bed is on the inside. But Shen-Yi is too lazy to move and often orders Shen-Sui to do this and that. Anyway, his younger brother is there to be used. Born half an hour later is also a younger brother. Go open the door. Shen-Yi lay on the bed, propping himself up with his arms, watching Shen-Sui get off the bed without saying anything. He couldn't help but feel happy inside. Why are you always so obedient at this time? Because I'm practicing. Huh? Practicing what? Shen-Sui, after practicing, when you are old and bedridden, I will serve you like this too. Shen-Yi. He really is a dog. Why ask more questions? Shen-Yi was so angry that he kept scratching the bed sheets. Then he saw the door open and a little fat boy poked his head out. Hey hey. Shen-Chu greeted him obediently, second brother, third brother. Shen-Yi raised his eyebrows. Shen-Sui blinked, then looked at Xia Shiming who was following him. And gave him a questioning look. Xia Shiming twitched his lips and looked at Shen-Chu. Is this the solution you came up with? Shen-Chu winked at Xia Shiming and signaled with his eyes. This is what they mean by happiness is shared with others rather than enjoyed alone. Xia Shiming. It is better to punish together than to punish alone. It turns out that the method Shen-Chu had vowed to use before was to get others to join the group. Why are you here instead of sleeping? Shen-Yi also came over at this time, crossing his arms and threatening, aren't you afraid of being caught? Grandpa is waiting to pull your braids. But I can't sleep. Shen-Chu looked at the two of them, can you two fall asleep? Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui looked at each other. Of course they couldn't sleep, otherwise they wouldn't have turned on the night light for reading. But I've always been like this before. And usually I would fall asleep after lying down for a while. Let's go to the 4th floor to find Mom. She's watching a movie there. Shen-Chu glanced at Shen-Yi. He knew that Shen-Yi could never refuse these things. Sure enough, he saw Shen-Yi's brows twitch. But Shen-Sui remained unmoved. The little fat boy touched his chin and said, I heard that my mother wanted to watch a movie about future science and technology. She told my father that this movie won an award. It seems that all the science and technology-related content in it was checked by experts. Shen-Sui was about to close the door, then let's go. Stop. Shen-Yi kept his sanity and stopped him, narrowing his eyes and looking at Shen-Chu, why don't you just go and see it yourself? Why did you call us too? Are you so kind? What? He has a bright red heart, okay? Just as Shen-Chu was about to open his mouth, he saw Shen-Yi raise his hand again. Don't tell me, tell me. As he spoke, he pointed at Xia Shiming. Well. Xia Shiming opened his mouth, this is because. That. Seeing Xia Shiming stuttering, Shen-Yi imitated Shen-Chu and put his hands on his hips, I knew you, little fat boy, had bad intentions. Are you thinking that if Grandpa finds out, Shen-Sui and I will be punished together? Oh no. Discovered. Shen Chu rubbed his face, thinking that he was thick-skinned enough, so he pulled Shen Sui with one hand and Shen Yi with the other, stretching out his voice. Second brother, third brother. Why don't we keep each other company? Brothers should love each other, share happiness and misfortune. My original intention was good. I just wanted to take you to the movies together. Besides, we don't have to be discovered by Grandpa, right? As he spoke, Shen Chu was shaking the two men's arms. Let's go. It's boring to go to bed so early. When you get sleepy, we can go downstairs. If we are really caught. Maybe Grandpa will not punish us because he sees there are so many of us. Isn't there a saying that goes, the law does not punish the masses? Shen Sui really wanted to say that this was not the way the word was used, and that this situation would most likely not happen, but for some reason his arm was shaking and his head felt a little dizzy, so he didn't say anything. Shen Yi. Shen Yi coughed lightly, his will was seriously shaken. Of course, he was not very determined to begin with, but he felt that it was really unprincipled to compromise, so he cleared his throat and said, "You can ask me to agree." But didn't you say that good brothers should love each other? Shen Yi smiled at Shen Chu, and there's my eldest brother. Shen Chu suddenly had a bad feeling. So don't forget to knock on Big Brother's door again later. If you can convince Big Brother, we can go to the 4th floor together. As he spoke, Shen Yi patted Shen Chu on the shoulder and said, "Time is tight and the task is heavy. You have to hurry up." Shen Chu. Originally, when I was doing pyramid selling to eldest brother today, I was caught by grandfather once. If I convince eldest brother and get caught by grandfather again, won't the old man explode with anger? Besides, it's not that easy to persuade my elder brother. Why is he suffering? Chapter 12. Shen Shua's room is also on the 2nd floor. It should be said that their bedrooms, study rooms, other activity areas, etc. are basically on the 2nd floor, separated from the bedrooms by elevators and stairs, so the rooms of several people are next to each other. However, the room has good soundproofing facilities. If it is not something like a suona that is hard to prevent, and if you are not talking close to the door, etc., most of the noise can be basically blocked. And you will probably not hear anything. So Shen Shua stayed in the room and couldn't hear what was going on outside. At the moment he was holding a book and was distracted for a rare moment. I can't really say what I was thinking about, but my mind felt a little empty, as if I had never been so relaxed before. Just staying there quietly gave me a rare sense of leisure. However, a knock on the door successfully brought Shen Shua back to his senses. Who would knock on his door at this time? Shen Shua frowned and had to get up and open the door. It shouldn't be the servant of the old house, because he didn't ask after knocking on the door. Is it Shen Yi or Shen Sui? Shouldn't they be in the room at this time? And they usually don't come to see him. It's unlikely that Grandpa would be here, he should be resting by now. That's Mom and Dad. But Shen Shua opened the door while thinking. Ding ding. Brother. Your Tyrannosaurus is in place. Let's go on an adventure together. As soon as I looked over there, a tail flashed by. Wait, a tail. When Shen Shua lowered his head, he saw a little green dinosaur hugging his legs. The dinosaur raised its head, revealing Shen Chu's little face. At this moment, it was smiling at him shamelessly, with big eyes that were cunning and bright, and it was obvious that it had no good intentions. Hee hee, big brother. Shen Shua looked at Shen Chu expressionlessly. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't try to be playful with him. Shen Chu, oh. Just I want to go to the 4th floor to watch a movie. So what? Shen Shua thought for a moment and said, you won't call Xiao Yi and Xiao Sui as well, will you? Yes, yes. Shen Chu nodded and nodded, so we can't leave Big Brother behind. If the dinosaur's tail behind Shen Chu could move, it would probably be swaying from side to side at this moment. Trying to please others. Can Shinshua believe this? Come to think of it, it can't be just this situation. This was the first time they came back to the old house after moving back. This had never happened before, but this time when they came back together, there were many unexpected situations. The only surprise was this little pig that suddenly ran wild. No, now it's a little fat green dinosaur. Shinshua raised his eyebrows slightly. Let's go on an adventure together. Shinchu continued to nod. Yeah, we can't let Grandpa find out. Tyrannosaurus? Ahu. Shinchu thought to himself, it's not easy for me. Then he pulled his dinosaur tail and shook his dinosaur head. Look, big brother. This was the dinosaur suit he had found after rummaging through his room for a long time. Luckily, he remembered that Su Luoyue had bought it for him, otherwise, if he came here without any equipment, his chances of winning would be too low. But Tyrannosaurus is yellow, and you are green, and... Shinshua said slowly, besides, you are at best an Agumon, one that has not evolved yet. Why are you pretending to be a Tyrannosaurus? The green dinosaur jumpsuit is nice to look at, but no matter how hard you try, it still doesn't match the Digimon. Shinshua looked at it critically and found that only the yellow triangle on the back could be compared to the Digimon, but it was also a light yellow color. However, although he was picky, Shinshua didn't notice that he had the rare leisure time to chat nonsense with Shinchu. And he's still waiting for the little fat guy to suffer a defeat. But Shinchu blinked, looked at him, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! Brother, you actually memorized the names of the Digimon, and you didn't even get the order of their evolution mixed up." Shinshua. Seeing Shinshua's expression change, the little fat boy quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. Although the conditions are limited, we will also give you a little cow as a gift. What? Cows? Before Shinshua finished his words, Shinchu stretched out his chubby hand and pointed outside the door. There it is. As he spoke, Shinchu waved, "Brother, come here quickly." Then, oh no, it was Xia Shiming who was slowly walking out from the shadow of the corridor. He was wearing a black and white jumpsuit and a cow hat. Behind him, he could see a thin tail with a small tuft of white. He walked slowly, and there was no extra expression on his little face, except for the ears hidden in the cow hat which were slightly red. If Shinchu hadn't called him, Xia Shiming would probably have stood in the shadow of the corridor forever. Shinshua couldn't resist the urge to hold his forehead. "How come you even Ming?" The fat kid hummed, "Luckily Mom bought more than one set. Fortunately, he is not the only one to be embarrassed." Ha ha. Xia Shiming didn't want to wear it, he really didn't want to wear it, but he couldn't stand Shinchu rolling on the ground, so when he came to his senses, he actually put it on. Looking at the little fat boy, he got up faster than anyone else. It was hard for him to doubt whether he was being tricked, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't take them off and regret it. Alas, at such a young age, you already understand what one misstep leads to eternal regret means. Buy one, get one free, bro. Look, the other chosen children only have one Digimon, but you have two. So you can't say no. Shinchu shook Shinshua's leg with an expression that said, "I'm going to make a scene if you refuse me." Shinshua. Others are offering buy one get one free, but you are forcing someone to buy something, okay? But half a minute later. Shin-Yi and Shin-Sui looked at Shinshua standing in front of them and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. It's really done. It's big brother. It's true. Shinchu nodded in his heart. It was a huge sacrifice. Xia Shiming made the greatest sacrifice, right? So, what on earth does he have to do with this? The audio-visual room is on the 4th floor, and Shin Songguo lives on the 3rd floor. It is not possible to take the elevator, so it is safer to take the stairs. After all, the probability of meeting Shin Songguo by taking the stairs is much lower. So Shinchu pulled Xia Shiming and walked in front, Shin-Yi and Shin-Sui walked in the middle, and Shinshua walked behind. The 5 of them climbed up the stairs quietly. Shinchu was the shortest among them and was dressed the fattest. After all, He had a short fat tail, so when he walked, from behind, he really looked like a fat dinosaur. Twisting and turning. Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui just stared at it and felt dazzled. Shen-Chu was climbing the stairs when he suddenly felt himself being pulled. He cried ouch. And quickly flapped his two chubby hands to steady his body, then turned around who was pulling him. Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui looked at each other and shrugged together. What that means who knows? Shen-Chu was so angry, who else could it be if not you? It's one of you two. Unfortunately, no one admitted it, so I could only go back and climb up again. It was very difficult for him to climb up. The stairs were long, with many steps, and the steps were high. His legs were short although Shen-Chu refused to admit it and said that his legs would be longer in the future. He was currently limited by his height, so sometimes he had to use his hands. He was not climbing very steadily to begin with, and now someone was teasing him. It was so annoying. It would be more accurate to say that Xie Shiming was pulling Shen-Chu rather than saying that Shen-Chu was pulling Xie Shiming, and sometimes he even had to give Shen-Chu some help. The jumpsuit is worthy of being a jumpsuit, even the paws are made out, and the details are perfect. His hands were hidden inside, with an exit for them to get out, but the sleeves were a little too big for Shen-Chu, so after a while, both of his hands were put inside again, just like now with the front end of his wrists being pulled by Xie Shiming. Only the chubby dinosaur claws were sticking out, short and fat, giving off a silly illusion. However, after Shen-Chu let out another ouch, the dinosaur claw suddenly exuded a murderous aura. It clenched and raised up. Although it still looked short and fat from the outside, at least the posture was shown. Who is pulling me? Shoo. Shen-Yi raised a finger. We're already on the 3rd floor, aren't you afraid of waking up Grandpa? The little fat boy narrowed his eyes and said, don't change the subject. Grandpa isn't so easy to wake up. Tell me, are you pulling me? As Shen-Chu spoke, he raised his claws threateningly toward Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi blinked, stared at the fat paw raised in front of him, and shook his head without any guilt. It wasn't me just now. That's the 3rd brother. Shen-Chu was so angry that he didn't hear anything and raised his claws toward Shen-Sui again. Then Shen-Sui shook his head, I haven't pulled you before. If that's not you two, then it could be the eldest brother. Shen-Chu was so angry that he put his hands on his hips, but Xie Shiming looked at Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui, hesitating whether to speak. But before he could think it through, he saw a hand reaching out from between the two of them, pulling Shen-Chu's dinosaur hat very naturally, causing Shen-Chu's head to shake again, and then the hand was withdrawn very naturally. Then Shen-Shuo spoke up. Stop messing around and leave now. Shen-Chu. Xie Shiming. Okay, don't pursue it anymore. However, Xie Shiming paused and couldn't help but glance at Shen-Chu. The little fat boy sensed it keenly, and turned his head to glare at Xie Shiming. You want to grab me too? Xie Shiming hissed at him. Shen-Chu was even more dissatisfied, and he didn't say anything. Someone is coming. Shen-Shuo also spoke in a low voice, and as the voice sounded, there were indeed footsteps coming from far away. And it was getting closer and closer, echoing in the corridor. Even though the floor was carpeted, it was still audible. In other words, the person coming is very close to them, and it is too late to hide now. The atmosphere became inexplicably tense and several people couldn't help but hold their breath. Even Shen-Shuo slowed down his breathing, which was rare. Who is it? Could it really be Grandpa? Then aren't they really doomed? Shen-Chu's heart couldn't help but pound, thinking it was all over. He thought he was safe. Shen Songhua should have been asleep by now, so why was he still strolling around? Was he really waiting to catch him? Why do I have to think about him? He just doesn't want to go to bed early. Why can't he do something in the room? Why does he have to come out and suffer? He has made a huge sacrifice, and he was still caught. Is he going to be punished now? It's so annoying. Not only Shen-Chu looked nervous, but Shen-Yi and Shen-Sui also looked nervous. This was the first time they had done such a thing, and they were caught in the act. It felt so painful to wait for the execution. But at this moment no one wanted to blame Shin-chu. I even thought about whether I could find an excuse to deal with it, such as saying that the toilet on the second floor was broken and they should go to the third floor. Or are they sleepwalking? Or just say you want to sleep with Grandpa. Forget it. Just as I was thinking about all sorts of things, I heard footsteps approaching. The target was clear and they were heading straight towards the stairs without any hesitation. I'm afraid their toes didn't even turn. Then, a figure appeared at the stairs. His hair is gray but his figure is straight, except that his face is round. Round face? Shin-chu and the others looked carefully and saw that it was not Shin Songhwa, but Zhou Bo. But Zhou Bo can't do that either. But before they could show their dejected expressions, they saw butler Zhou glance downstairs, then he actually looked away and continued to walk forward, muttering, "Hey, go to the tea room and drink some water, I'm so thirsty." It was calm and nothing happened. Shin-yi hesitated and asked, "Uncle Zhou, did you see us?" Several people looked at each other again. "Oh, never mind, let's go." Then they hurriedly swarmed and quietly rushed to the fourth floor. In the audiovisual room, a movie was playing on the projection screen, but Su Luoyue was actually not paying much attention to it. She had asked Shin Mingzhou many times if she had done something wrong. If she had chosen to quit the entertainment industry when she gave birth to Shinshuo, or even moved to the old house to live with him, would the current situation not have happened? Although she did know what Shinshuo wanted to eat before dinner, it was not Shinshuo who said it himself. I'm afraid Shinshuo still has a lot to say to his mother. You don't even want to get close. Shin Mingzhou wasn't here, Su Luoyue wanted to be alone for a while, so she drove him back to the room, but when she came to her senses, she seemed to hear someone knocking on the door. Was it her husband who came back again? Didn't she say that he didn't need to accompany her? Su Luoyue went over to open the door without saying a word. What's going on? I already told you not to accompany me. As soon as the door opened, Su Luoyue was speechless. Because the person standing outside was not Shin Mingzhou, but... Dang. Mom, was the movie good? Where did you end up? Can you replay it? We want to watch it too. Shin-chu said a few words in a row, then pulled Xie Shiming to raise his hand together. My brothers want to watch it, and I want to watch it too. We are here to watch a movie with Mom, and we came here secretly. Shin-chu and Xie Shiming were there, as were Shin-yi and Shin-sui, and Shin-shuo. Su Luoyue blinked and suddenly turned her head away. Shin-shuo was tall, and even though it was dark in front of the audiovisual room, he could still see Su Luyu's eyes suddenly turn red. At this moment, Shin-shuo couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Because he knew that Su Luyu's eyes suddenly turned red after she saw him coming. But if you regret it now, why did you abandon him before? Can she quit acting for 5 years for Shin-chu, but not for him? Shin-shuo suddenly felt a little sad and couldn't help but tilt his head. At this moment, Shin-chu suddenly cried out "Aya," then squatted down, with a grin on his face, and turned back to glare at them. Who is pulling my tail again? Just pull it if you want, why are you pulling it up? Xie Shiming on the side wondered, what's wrong? What's wrong? And asked him what happened. Of course it was his crotch. A small penis is also a penis. Chapter 13. The little fat boy covered his mouth with his hands and almost choked on the ground. The little ball squatted there, looking even shorter and stockier. But it was obvious that the injury to his penis made him look even more imposing. He looked back in anger, taking advantage of his young age to save face and suffer less, and opened his mouth to howl. Who of you is short of chickens and eggs? Why did you attack him at such a young age? This was going to be unbearable. After all, even Shin Songhwa couldn't handle it, so it was obvious that someone was feeling guilty. Shin-yi subconsciously took a step back, and was instantly locked into Shin-chu's sight. Second brother. I didn't mean to do that. Shen-Yi subconsciously put his hands behind his back. He didn't expect it to be like this. He glanced at Shin-Chu and whispered, "It's because you are too short. You didn't do this when you walked up the stairs before." "Nonsense. When we were walking up the stairs earlier, I was one step ahead of you." Shen-Yi suddenly realized, "Oh, yes. Now your altitude has decreased. But it's not my fault that I didn't notice it. When you were one step ahead of me before, you weren't that high." Shin-Chu. The fat boy was so angry that he pounded the ground. Not only did he pull his dick and balls, he even attacked his height. "Brother, I will cook a pot of eggs for you tomorrow." Puff. Along with Shin-Chu's voice, there was also an uncontrollable laugh. Su Luoyue was the first to react and looked at Shin-Shua in surprise, followed by Shin-Yi and Shin-Sui, then Shin-Chu and Xie Shiming, especially Shin-Chu, who looked at Shin-Shua in almost shock. Shin-Shua would actually laugh. No, of course he would laugh, but their eldest brother actually has 2 dimples on his face. Big brother actually has dimples on his face. Still 2. Shin-Shua was being stared at by everyone, and his face quickly returned to an expressionless state. However, he still couldn't withstand so many hot gazes, so he wanted to turn his head away again, feeling quite uncomfortable. However, a layer of warmth suddenly covered his face at this moment. Su Luoyue smiled and stroked Shin-Shua's face, her voice soft, "You and your father are really alike." Shin-Shua pursed his lips and hummed after a while. After the commotion finally ended, the few people finally entered the audiovisual room. Su Luoyue pulled Shin-Shua to sit next to her. Shen-Yi was afraid of provoking the little fat boy again, so he pulled Shin-Sui to sit next to Shin-Shua while thanking his elder brother's 2 dimples for saving his life. Shin-Chu snorted and pulled Xie Shiming to sit on the other side of Su Luoyue. He was wearing a jumpsuit, which made it even more difficult for him to climb onto the sofa. Xie Shiming pushed his butt from behind, and then Xie Shiming climbed onto the sofa by himself. The fat boy turned around using his hands and feet, looked over in frustration, and wondered why the gap was so big. He's just a little taller and thinner than him, so why is it that the slit of his jumpsuit is bigger than his? It must be because he hasn't recovered yet. It's all my second brother's fault. Ah, sneeze. Shin-Yi rubbed his nose. In the dim light of the movie, he couldn't help but approach Shin-Sui and whispered, "Tell me, will that little fat guy really cook a pot of eggs for me tomorrow? Then will you help me eat some?" The movies Su Luoyue watched were not restricted and suitable for children. Shin-Sui especially loved watching sci-fi movies, so he was so absorbed in watching them that he heard Shin-Yi's voice. Without even turning his head, he subconsciously asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Eggs," Shin-Sui said, "but I don't need to replenish chickens and eggs." "What's the meaning?" Shen-Yi was a little confused. What's the difference between chicken and egg? A chicken is a chicken. And an egg is an egg. They are just talking about eggs, is there something else? Shin-Sui sighed lightly, then turned around and said, "Only unconscious people can hurt Chu-Chu." What? What on earth is this talking about? Shin-Sui clicked his tongue twice and shook his head. Many of people's behaviors and consciousness are based on their own conditions, so when their own conditions are not met, they will not think that pulling the tail up will affect anything, because they don't have that consciousness. This is called putting oneself in other people's shoes. Fart. This is pure bullshit. Shen-Yi pinched Shin-Sui and shook him, "Don't ruin my innocence." The little fat guy couldn't even reach the chickenless egg, how could he surpass that little fat guy? Then let me concentrate on watching the movie. It'll poke your eyes out too. Also, at such a young age, don't learn your lesson by saying such things. Ah Chio. Shen-Chu rubbed his nose and sat on the sofa, concentrating on watching the movie. He has seen this movie before, it is quite a classic, but he still enjoys watching it now. After all, doing something is better than going to bed so early. The little fat boy swung his feet, feeling rare comfort, and couldn't help leaning to the side. Next to him was Su Luoyue, who was used to Shinchu leaning on her. She turned around and rubbed Shinchu's little head. Looking at the two of them, a little dinosaur and a little cow, she was extremely satisfied. She thought that she should buy a few more sets in the future. After all, children grow up fast. On the other side, Xia Shiming watched Shinchu approaching, couldn't help but glance at him a few times, then pursed his lips. He looked down at the clothes he was wearing and touched them. They were soft and fluffy, and did not prick his skin even when they touched him. The huge projection screen in front of him was something he had never seen or touched before. Will you feel uncomfortable being recognized as a member of the Shin family? Of course. Until now, he still feels uncomfortable. But the strange thing is that this feeling of discomfort was greatly reduced when I was with Shinchu these days. Xia Shiming couldn't explain why this happened. But gradually, he didn't want to be alone anymore. So when Xia Shiming came back to his senses, he pulled Shinchu, and when Shinchu looked over, he paused and said, "I didn't reply to you properly before." Shinchu wondered, what to reply. Then Xia Shiming continued, "I will think about what I like to eat and say what I like to eat. I should also like the potato dishes you mentioned. So I will try it tomorrow." Shinchu gradually opened his eyes wide. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Why did Xia Shiming speak so long, and what he said? Shinchu subconsciously moved closer and stared at Xia Shiming in surprise. This time when he came back, he seemed to have discovered many differences in Xia Shiming, especially when he treated him. He was really different from before. Could there be some difference waiting for him to discover? In his previous impression, Xia Shiming was not like this when he was a child. He had a gloomy face most of the time, didn't like to smile, didn't like to talk, and was even more expressionless than his elder brother. He had a sense of alienation that kept people at a distance, and didn't like to get close to people. If someone got close to him, he would quickly and silently avoid them. Thinking of this, Shinchu suddenly uttered a sigh. It seems like he's been beaten by him before. But Xia Shiming didn't seem to dodge. Try it. They were already close to begin with, and while thinking about it, Shinchu moved closer to Xia Shiming, shoulder to shoulder, arm to arm, and they even put their two tails together, making them even closer than the real deal. But even so, Xia Shiming still didn't react at all. Shinchu couldn't help but poke Xia Shiming's face. What a poor little thing. It turns out that if you give someone a little warmth, you can't refuse them. It's not that the Shin family treated Xia Shiming badly before, it's just that it always takes some time to get used to each other, and I don't know why. Maybe Xia Shiming is like this, which always makes people feel that they need to give him some space. So although Xia Shiming got along well with the Shin family later on, the basic pattern of getting along had already been established. But inside Shinchu's little body, there is the heart of an adult. He has returned to his childhood, fearless and confident, not caring about anything at all. So it seems that he has grasped a breakthrough different from others. Come to think of it, it seems that Xia Shiming has made a lot of exceptions for him these days. What are you thinking about? A hand suddenly waved in front of me. Shinchu raised his eyes, looked at Xia Shiming, and suddenly made a face at Xia Shiming. If he had known you were like this, he would have done this a long time ago. The two fat little hands pinched the chubby face, the cheek flesh was squeezed together, the big eyes were pulled downwards, and the tongue was sticking out, looking sad and naughty. Xia Shiming was stunned. When I came to my senses, I couldn't help but smile. This time Shinchu saw it clearly. He let go of his hand, rushed over again, grabbed Xia Shiming's shoulder, and poked Xia Shiming's left cheek there. There was also a very shallow dimple. Just like his elder brother, but there was only one, and it was not deep. If he didn't smile too much, it would not be noticeable at all. Do people who don't like to smile have dimples on their faces? But his dad also has dimples. Shinchu poked and asked, "Did you know you have dimples?" This is another new discovery. Smile again, let me see. Before he could finish his words, his head was held down. It's Su Luoyue. On the other side, Shinshoa also held down Shinyi's head. Two people concentrating on watching the movie smiled and looked to the side. Baby, can you watch a movie with your brother? You too, are you itching for trouble? Shinchu. Shinyi and Shinsui. Oh, okay. It was not too late to watch the movie. Shinmingzhou came over and was surprised to see all the children there. Then, Shinchu felt sleepy, so he held Shinchu, who was rubbing his eyes in one hand and took Xie Shiming in the other hand and sent them back to the room first. When Shinchu was sent back, he was still beautiful in his days. Although there were many twists and turns tonight, everything went smoothly. The most important thing is that my grandpa didn't find out, But the next day, the little fat boy looked at the surveillance video and fell silent. In the study room on the third floor, 5 people stood one by one. From Shinchu to Shinshoa, the signal was full, but it was a pity that no matter how good the signal was, it was not working. Who would have thought that Shinsongwo would watch the surveillance today? What happened last night was so clear at a glance. Where did you guys put the rules of the old house? Shinsongwo's face was really ugly. He slammed the table and asked sternly, or do you no longer take me, your grandfather, seriously? Shinmingzhou couldn't help but say, Dad. You are being a little serious. Serious? Shinsongwa interrupted Shinmingzhou, look at them. Let's not talk about the 2 little ones. Shinshoa and the others never acted like this when they were here with me. They would never do such sneaky things. But how long have they lived back here? When they came back, Xiao Shua started watching cartoons. Xiao Yi and Xiao Sui stayed up for 2 nights, played around with their big brother and the 2 little ones, and then came downstairs so late. They were sneaky, disobeyed, and didn't follow the rules. You tell me this isn't serious? Then tell me, what does it look like when it's serious? Shinsongwo was so angry that he looked at Su Luoyue again, and then continued, if you 2 don't know how to teach the children, then let them come back, and send these 2 little ones to me as well. No. Su Luoyue immediately retorted, Dad, there is no way I can send Xiao Shua and the others back. Also, I don't think it would have any effect if the child occasionally went to bed late and relaxed a little. Didn't Xiaoyi go to a variety show with me before? I haven't seen him for more than 2 months. That's because you didn't report it to me at all. Shinsongwa slammed the table and said, execute first and report later. You're actually still bringing this up here. But why should I inform you first when I am going to do something with my own child? Su Luyu's eyes were red, I don't even have the right to make a decision for my own child. If you want to stay in the entertainment industry, that's fine, but there's nothing in that industry. You want to take a child there. In the final analysis, you still look down on me. Dad. Grandfather. 2 voices sounded at the same time, one belonging to Shinmingzhou and the other belonging to Shinchu. No one expected Shinchu to speak at this time. As the youngest among them. Even though they all knew that it was Shinchu who started it last night, no one mentioned Shinchu first. After all, Shinsongwo was serious this time, and they didn't want to scare Shinchu too much. So when Shinchu opened his mouth, Su Luoyue and the others were a little surprised. Even Shinsongwa didn't expect Shinchu to speak at this time, and he didn't even cry. He looked at him with an extremely serious and clear gaze, and his voice was also very clear, which could be clearly heard by Shinsongwa. Grandpa, do you know what the eldest, second and third brothers like to eat? Shinsongwa frowned, of course I will tell you. Of course you know it, but if I don't tell you, does that mean he doesn't have anything he likes to eat? Shinchu shook his head and asked, before every meal, do you ask your eldest, second, and third brothers what they want to eat? Let's not talk about food. Did you know that my eldest brother has the same dimple as my father? My brother has one on his face, too. It's shallow, but I don't know if Grandpa has one because he never likes to smile. Shen Songwo was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at Shen Shua and Xie Shiming, and then at Shen Mingzhou. Shen Mingzhou didn't smile at this moment. Or should it be said that he has rarely seen his son smile since returning to the old house. But he clearly remembered that his son used to love to laugh. And Shen Shua has dimples on his face. He is the child who has been with him for 14 years, but there are other questions that Shen Chu asked, and even more words that he didn't say. If he keeps asking, will he be able to answer them? The expression on Shen Songwo's face suddenly fell. His eyes dropped, and for a moment he was dazed, as if he had aged a few years. After a while, Shen Songwo closed his eyes and waved his hand tiredly. Forget it, all of you go out. Before I could finish my words, I suddenly felt something beside me. Shen Songwo subconsciously looked down and saw that Shen Chu had come to his side at some point and was climbing up by clinging to his legs. Grandpa, catch me, I'm about to fall. Shen Songwo subconsciously pulled someone else and hugged the little ball-like Shen Chu into his arms. It was a soft and warm touch that he had never experienced before. Then he felt the little fat boy in his arms reach out his hand, and two round fingers pressed on both sides of his mouth, and then pushed up together. Grandpa, do you have dimples? Let me see. Shen Songwo. Chapter 14. Have you ever seen someone plucking hair from a tiger's head? Shen Mingzhou and others have witnessed it today. At first, he was shocked by what Shen Chu said, and then he saw Shen Songwo's reaction, which was a bit complicated. And then, he saw Shen Chu running over with his short legs, and not only did he climb up Shen Songwo's legs, but he also got to see his grandfather's dimples. This is not just plucking hair from a tiger's head, it's literally digging the dirt on Tai Sui's head. 1. Hey, baby, this isn't good. After being shocked, Shen Mingzhou quickly said, get off Grandpa's lap. But I want to see the dimples. Perhaps because he saw the corners of his mouth pushed up and down, unable to stay fixed at all, and because he was tired of holding up the fat boy's arms, Shen Chu grumbled, leaned back, and leaned into Shen Songwo's arms, and sighed in a mock manner. Grandpa, you don't even smile. I want to see dimples. Grandpa, do you have dimples? As he spoke, he raised his head from the bottom to the top, as if he was negotiating. Grandpa, can you smile by yourself? Like me. Shen Chu bared his teeth at Shen Songwo and rubbed his face with his hands. I don't even have dimples. Grandpa, do you know if you have dimples? The child in his arms was chattering away. The bright and soft touch on his face had not yet completely faded, and a full pound of weight was pressing on his arms again, as if he trusted him completely. He spread out his chubby hands and feet, and curled up so tightly, filling his arms so full that if he didn't hold him carefully, he would fall off his body if he moved. But Shen Chu was not honest. When he asked this and that, he kept shaking his feet and raising his little head, which made Shen Songwo want to put on a fierce face, but in the end he couldn't do it and had to stretch out his hands to cover the ball in his arms. When they came to their senses, the father and son seemed to be in a very close relationship. Shen Songwo's face was frozen, and he didn't know how to react or what to say. Okay, baby, stop bothering Grandpa. Oops. Shen Chu was still staring at Shen Songwo, but someone dragged him up by the arm. Usually, the only one who hugged him like this was Shen Mingzhou, and when he looked back, it was true. It was not known when Shen Mingzhou came over. After picking him up, he went to look at Shen Songwo. The father and son looked at each other, and for some reason, there was an unspeakable silence between them. The incident ended in an incomplete way, and Shen Chu still didn't see whether Shen Songwo had dimples on his face. Moreover, a week was about to pass, and in the remaining days, no one knew if Shen Songwo had something to do or what. Except for eating, he rarely appeared in public. Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue also seemed very quiet. In such an atmosphere, Shen Chu naturally behaved well. He didn't act like a troublemaker or cause any trouble, and became well behaved. Not to mention Xie Shiming and others. Shen Shua and the other two returned to their original daily routine when they stayed in the old house. And Xie Shiming was able to adapt to it no matter what. On the last day, Shen Songhua stood by the window of the study on the third floor, and Zhou Bo stood behind him. Master, the young master and the young mistress are leaving. Several young masters are still asking about you. Shen Songhua paused, then hummed, and after a while, he spoke again. Old Zhou, do you think these 2 days are quiet? Yeah, quiet. Is it too quiet? Shen Songguo's tone seemed to be filled with some doubt, or am I just too old and hard of hearing to hear much? Uncle Zhou, master, isn't it the same as before? Yeah, same as before. Shen Songhua suddenly sighed, but why do I feel? Why did he feel a little uncomfortable? Do you think it was better before or now? Shen Songhua suddenly asked again. Of course, Butler Zhou was not stupid enough to think that the now that Shen Songhua asked about was referring to the past few days of silence. So he thought about it and replied, I can't really say that, but I know there is a saying. What? Shen Songhua looked back. Zhou Bo smiled and said, isn't there a saying that life can never stay the same? Isn't that right? Shen Songhua glanced at Zhou Bo, then suddenly shook his head and smiled, you are good at talking. Oops. Shen Songhua was almost startled and couldn't help but glared at Zhou Bo, what are you doing? Why are you so startled? Uncle Zhou, master, you should let Master Chu Chu see this smile of yours. Shen Songhua. He has been talking about you these past 2 days. He is about to die. Don't you want to go see him? Shen Songhua sighed, that brat. Dad, aren't we going to wait for Grandpa? Shen Chu stuck to Shen Ming's house legs, looked up and asked, Dad, do you want to go say hello to Grandpa or something? Shen Mingzhou felt strange for some reason. It should be said that he had been strange for the past few days. He didn't know what was wrong. He did talk to Zhou Bo about it, and it should have been passed on to his father indirectly. But asking him to go find Shen Songhua now. Grandpa hasn't shown up much these past 2 days. Shen Mingzhou squatted down and looked at Shen Chu level. He couldn't help but sighed, what if it gets unpleasant again? Shen Chu blinked, and suddenly poked Shen Ming's house nose with a finger, Dad is so timid. Shen Mingzhou narrowed his eyes, why do you say that about Dad? Be careful or he'll tickle you. As he spoke, he got started. Shen Chu giggled and dodged twice, but this time, the brothers have to go with us too, we all have to leave. Shen Mingzhou paused and was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, a hand patted his shoulder. When he turned around, he found it was Su Luoyue. Come on. Let's go upstairs together. Shen Mingzhou stood up, rubbed the tip of his nose, and asked in a low voice, are you okay? In fact, I can go by myself. What are you talking about? Su Luoyue interrupted Shen Mingzhou, glared at him helplessly, and patted Shen Ming's house head, all right, stop wasting time with me. I have seen and experienced everything in the entertainment industry. What's the big deal about this family matter? Besides, I'm not that petty and fragile. It's not a big deal. Yes, yes. Shen Mingzhou nodded repeatedly, smiled and moved closer to Su Luoyue, our Yeye is the most generous and strong one. That is. As they were talking, the two of them seemed to feel something was wrong and turned their heads away. They saw Shen Chu standing below with his arms folded, staring at the two of them. Xie Shiming was standing behind them, holding 2 children's suitcases, also looking at them. Shen Yi and Shen Sui next to them stopped arguing. And even Shen Shua next to them glanced over here several times. Shen Mingzhou and Su Luoyue, Shen Chu clicked his tongue twice, I need to take a bath tonight. Shen Mingzhou, why? I got goosebumps. Hey! Who did this little fat boy learn to tease his parents like this? This time Shen Mingzhou really wanted to tickle Shen Chu. At this moment. Cough. When I looked up, I saw Shin Songhua and Zhou Bo coming down from the stairs together. Dad. Shin Mingzhou didn't expect that before he went upstairs, he actually waited for Shin Songhua to come downstairs by himself. Realizing something, his eyes became hot. Dad, we were just about to go upstairs to say goodbye to you, but we didn't expect you and Uncle Zhou to come down. Shin Songhua looked at Shin Mingzhou's demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. Then he seemed a little uncomfortable, but he still raised his hand and patted Shin Mingzhou on the shoulder. At least he'll see you off. I'm not used to hearing this and I'm not used to it. Dad. Now, Shin Mingzhou's nose also felt sore. Just as he was about to speak again, Shin Songhua slapped his face. The old man had already returned to his serious expression. Okay, you are an adult now, and the children are still here, you should keep it to yourself. Oh. Cough. Shin Songhua cleared his throat and looked at the people present, especially the children. Come over next time. I will ask an expert to come over before next month. Expert? Shin Mingzhou wondered, what expert? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to learn this or that again. It's just that old Zhou suggests that the rules of the old house should be changed. Zhou Bo next to him glanced at Shin Songhua, coughed lightly, and immediately nodded to the few people. Yes, that's right. Young master, young madam, and all the young masters, please believe that it is me. Shin Mingzhou and Su Luoyue. Shin Chu and his brothers. How did Uncle Zhou come up with this suggestion? Shin Mingzhou touched his nose and asked, change the rules of the old house. Then in which direction should we change it? Which direction should we change to? I haven't decided yet. Ahem. Zhou Bo stood behind Shin Songhua and started coughing. Shin Songhua paused for 2 seconds before speaking again. Anyway, you will know when you come next month. You two can't come again this month. A tender little voice sounded. Shin Songhua looked down and asked, do you want to come again this month? Shin Chu tilted his head. Grandpa, are you going to change the rules? Can I watch cartoons now? Children can't watch it all the time. Shin Songhua coughed again, but within the specified time you can watch it. If I can't sleep at night, can I stay awake? Don't go to bed too late. And don't stay up late. Then I want to learn fishing. Grandpa, can you accompany me? Shin Songhua was stunned, thinking that Shin Chu would make another request, but it turned out to be this, which made him unable to react. Go fishing with this kid? Brother, can you come too? Without waiting for Shin Songhua to answer, Shin Chu turned around to look at Xie Shiming, and took Xie Shiming's hand to recommend him. I tell you, fishing is fun. Dad goes out occasionally, and comes back either laughing or crying. It's amazing. I've wanted to try this for a long time. Wait, what do you mean I'm either laughing or crying? Shin Mingzhou was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was so long ago? How old are you this year, baby? Shin Chu ignored Shin Mingzhou and went to pull Shin Yi, Shin Sui, and Shin Shua to sell his fish. He had tried fishing once before and he caught the biggest one that time. This time he wanted to bring all of them over to show off his skills. Ha, ha. After the sales promotion, I went to see Shin Songhua again. Grandpa, will you accompany us? Well, this time there's an extra us. Shin Songhua himself went fishing occasionally, but he had never thought about it, nor had he tried to take his children with him. It was something he had never done before, so he was a little stunned for a moment, but when he met Shin Chu's bright eyes, he came to his senses and nodded subconsciously, and said, There's a place to fish nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy raised his hand and cheered. Yeah, Grandpa is awesome. Then well, come see Grandpa after the holiday. Shin Shua and the others nodded as well, having no objection to this. And they were actually looking forward to it. Their eyes looking at Shin Songhua were brighter than ever before, but compared to Shin Chu's extroverted expression, they were all a bit introverted. But Shin Songhua also received it. For some reason, he also began to look forward to it. After reaching an agreement, when it was time to say goodbye, Shen Songhua and Zhou Bo came out together and stood in front of the door to see the family off. Shen Chu was held by Su Luyu's hand, and before getting into the car, he looked back at Shen Songhua. Shen Songhua was about to ask what was wrong when he saw the child raise his other hand, put it to his mouth, and then waved at him, "Grandpa, goodbye, see you next time." Shen Mingzhou and his companion said goodbye again before getting in the car and leaving. When the car drove away and the exhaust fumes could no longer be seen, Shen Songhua did not retract his gaze, but suddenly asked, "Did you hear that?" Zhou Bo. Shen Songhua had a cough today. He cleared his throat and said, the 4 words the little guy said. "Uncle Zhou, goodbye." Shen Songhua. He turned around and glared at Zhou Bo, "Go back a little earlier. You have such a bad memory at your age." "Master, you also said that I am old. Isn't it normal to have a bad memory?" Seeing that Shen Songhua was about to glare at him again, Zhou Bo quickly smiled and said, "I know, it was young Master Chu Chu who praised you." Shen Songhua nodded in satisfaction, but paused, raised his hand hesitantly, and gestured to his mouth. "But what does this gesture mean?" "Mua. That little guy won't call me mom, right?" Uncle Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master, that means kiss. The young master is blowing you a kiss to say goodbye." After he finished speaking, there was no response from Shen Songhua. Zhou Bo looked over in confusion and saw Shen Songhua turn around. The coughing syndrome could no longer relieve him. He could only turn his back to Zhou Bo and walk back in a circle. He tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth and used a voice to cover it up. "This child, how can he be so disrespectful? By the way, Lao Zhou, is your grandson like you? Oh, did he tell you those 4 words too? You, how about learning from me?" Zhou Bo. "Thank you, please take care of yourself." Chapter 15. Looking forward to it, looking forward to getting up early. The morning sun is dazzling, everything is like a donkey working non-stop. Sleepily I opened my eyes, propped up my hands, moved my feet, and my face turned green. He originally thought that going back to kindergarten was no big deal, but when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on his butt and when he had to go to kindergarten at 7:30. Shen Chu really wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he have forgotten that when it comes to exam papers, the school is also a place where the worst students are gathered, and compared with Nanhong, from kindergarten to high school, they are all very test-takers without exception. "Baby, today is Ming's first day to go to kindergarten in Nanhong. You have to take good care of your brother." Before climbing onto the car, Shen Chu yawned, then stretched out his little hand and made a little OK sign. Junior high schools and elementary schools start earlier, and the time to go to school in the morning is also earlier, so Shen Shua, Shen Yi, and Shen Sui have already left by car. Shen Mingzhou has to go to work and has no time to pick them up. Su Luoyue has been free these weeks, but she can't send all the children off, so she didn't send any of them off and just stood at the door to say goodbye. At this moment, Su Luoyue was still a little worried. So she went to see Xia Shiming again. She saw Xia Shiming pushing Shen Chu's little butt, helping him climb into the back seat of the car, and then he climbed up lightly. Su Luoyue grabbed the car door and said, "Mingming, if you feel uncomfortable with anything, you must tell Mom. Also, if you two are bullied in kindergarten, go to the elementary school to find your second and third brothers, or go to the junior high school to find your eldest brother. Anyway, you are all in the same area and can take the school bus, okay?" "I know, Mom." Shen Chu waved her little hand, "I will take good care of my brother." Su Luoyue hesitated, as if she had something to say. "Don't worry, it's okay, Mom." Shen Chu added another sentence. In fact, he knew what Su Luoyue was worried about. After all, this is the first time that he and Xia Shiming have to face the outside world after their life stories were exposed. Even if they are going to kindergarten. You have to know that children of this age should not be underestimated. What's more, the children in the same circle basically go to Nanhong school. Inside information is circulated, and all kinds of rumors are spread. They are all little elves raised by elves. Who knows what they will face and what they will encounter when they go to school. So this is what Su Luoyue is worried about. She was afraid that both Shinchu and Xia Shiming would inevitably receive attention or even unintentional or intentional verbal attacks because of their misaligned backgrounds. It would be even worse if it escalates into other conflicts. She is not afraid of trouble, but she is afraid that it will affect the child. But Shinchu's last sentence seemed to know something. His big eyes were clear and bright, and seemed to comfort her inexplicably. Su Luoyue couldn't help but swallow her heart back into her stomach. She thought, what is there to be afraid of? If something really happens, she can just go ahead and it will be over. We are just beginning to grow up. Su Luoyue couldn't help but sigh, now you can comfort your mother. Okay, Mom believes you, but if anything happens, the first thing you two should do is to protect yourselves, then go find your brothers, or wait for me and Dad to handle it, got it? Shinchu nodded and agreed, but on the first day of school, something big happened. Hey Race, what happened? He and Xia Shiming had just arrived at the kindergarten gate, and before they could find teacher Xiaohua from Sunflower Class 1, they ran into Qi Yuanxi from Sunflower Class 2. It was truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road, as the moment they met, the other person glared at them. It took Shinchu 0.03 seconds to dig out this person from his past memories. Oh, Qi Yuanxi, his defeated general. Nanhong pursues elite education from kindergarten to junior high school. The number of students in a class is limited so that each child can be taken care of more efficiently. Therefore, a kindergarten class probably does not exceed 10 children. But sometimes there are too few children to create a lively atmosphere, and in order to cultivate and enhance children's sense of competition, kindergartens usually have 2 classes doing activities together, sometimes taking classes together, and even their scores in tests are ranked together. That's right, even kindergarten has exams. Although they are all preliminary learnings, and the reason is that they are done to lay a solid foundation, what is taught is actually quite a lot. Not only is there bilingual teaching, but there is also physical training, courses to cultivate sentiments such as painting and music, as well as a variety of course guidance involving society, science, behavioral norms, hygiene and politeness. It's not easy anyway. So even though kindergarten exams are not as standardized and rigorous as those in elementary, junior high, and high schools, as long as scoring is involved, there will be competition and competition. After all, there is a saying that goes where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Although Shinchu was not as good as Shinshua and the others, the age gap was there after all. When he was in kindergarten, these people had already gone to the elementary school and junior high school departments. So before Xia Shiming came, Shinchu was doing quite well in the kindergarten. He is the undisputed champion of Sunflower Class 1. King of Kings. Qi Yuanxi from the neighboring Sunflower Class 2 is also a test taker, but he can never get better than Qi Yuanxi. As a result, the Sunflower 1 and Sunflower 2 classes were tied together and often participated in activities and classes together. So, Qi Yuanxi inexplicably regarded him as a competitor. There was a great deal of hatred and hostility, and I wanted to suppress him severely all day long. Oh yes, Qi Yuanxi also has a 10-year-old brother named Qi Yuanan. He seems to be in the same class as his second and third brothers. If I remember correctly, the mother of the 2 brothers Qi Yuanxi and Qi Yuanan seemed to be in the entertainment industry, just like Su Luoyue, and both of them took their children to participate in a variety show called My Sons Are Growing Up. But throughout the summer, the most popular ones were Su Luoyue and Shen Yi. So passers-by basically only know Shen Yi but not Qi Yuanan. As for Qi Yuanan's mother, Shinchu still hasn't remembered her name. He only remembers that her personality style seems to be the same as his mother's, and the two have always been in a competitive relationship. Shinchu touched his chin and thought, this is a lifelong feud. No wonder Qi Yuanxi looked at him even less friendly now. Ah, what should I do now? Should I ignore him, or glare back? It's just a competition of who has bigger eyes, so he will definitely win. Winning is awesome. But he got into trouble just after entering kindergarten. Hey, Shinchu, can you still come to kindergarten? Okay, no need to hesitate. Shinchu and Xia Shiming stopped and saw Chi Yuanzi walking towards them. He was a little taller than him, but shorter than Xia Shiming. He was not ugly, but the expression on his face made him ask for a beating. Didn't your parents kick you out? Chi Yuanzi finished speaking and then acted as if he suddenly realized something. Oh, I forgot, those are not your real parents. Is this child so annoying? Shinchu curled his lips and was about to speak when he saw a figure suddenly blocking his way. It was Xia Shiming who stood in front of him. Looking at Chi Yuanzi, he frowned for the first time. Does this have anything to do with you? Chi Yuanzi was puzzled and frowned. Who are you? Shinchu popped his head out from behind Xia Shiming and said in an exaggerated tone, you don't even know who he is? Then do you know the phrase overstepping one's authority? Chi Yuanzi opened his mouth, that. Shinchu immediately had an expression that said, you don't even know this, do you? He pointed at Xia Shiming in front of him and said, this is my brother. He didn't say anything about me. What are you yelling about here? You look so big-mouthed. Although it was not stated explicitly, Chi Yuanzi was not stupid and he immediately understood Xia Shiming's identity. Is this the child that the Shin family found? And he actually went to the same kindergarten as Shinchu. The relationship between these two people, how could it be like this? This shouldn't be the case. Chi Yuanzi frowned, looked at Shinchu, then at Xia Shiming. And suddenly understood a little bit what overstepping one's authority meant. At the same time, he secretly hated in his heart there was actually a word that Shinchu understood but he didn't. Hateful. Isn't this Chu Chu and Shiming? That's great, Xiaozi, come and say hello to your brother. A familiar voice sounded, and Shinchu turned around and saw Zhu Fangzhen leading Xie Juanzi towards him. Oh, he almost forgot about this mother and son, but he actually ran into them at the entrance of the kindergarten. Is this some kind of feng shui treasure land? Shinchu, you are lying. Chi Yuanzi had something to say at this moment, pointing at Xie Juanzi who was walking over. Why does he call your brother brother? Are you lying? You are not blindly recognizing this brother, are you? Shinchu rolled his eyes and ignored Chi Yuanzi's words. Instead, he looked at Zhu Fangzhen, put his hands on his waist, and like an unreasonable child, he raised his head and asked. What did you call me just now? Did you call me Chu Chu? Also, I've already told you that this is my brother, not his brother. You are not allowed to let him call you brother. As Shinchu spoke, he put his arm around Xia Shiming's arm, pouted, and looked dissatisfied. Otherwise, I will go back and tell my parents. He scolded my brother last time. How can I be embarrassed? Lie, shame on you. The little fat boy stuck out his tongue, not knowing whose face he was embarrassing. Anyway, Zhu Fangzhen's face didn't look very good. Of course, Xie Junzi's face didn't look very good either. But after he went back last time, he must have been lectured by Zhu Fangzhen, so he glanced at Chi Yuanzi next to him and held back. Chi Yuanzi followed to watch the fun. Who is he? Before Shinchu could say anything, he heard Zhu Fangzhen say, hurry up and go to the kindergarten. Don't waste time here. It's not good to be late on the first day. Don't you agree? Shinchu curled his lips secretly. He still couldn't see Zhu Fangzhen's little thoughts. Calling him like that as soon as he arrived, and asking Xie Juanzi to call Xie Shiming brother, weren't they just little tricks to get close to him? The children here are either rich or noble. They went to great lengths to get Xie Juanzi to attend kindergarten here, but they didn't tell Xie Juanzi to go to school and study properly. Instead, they wanted to cover up their identity and gain a foothold here by relying on others. Then why didn't they think about whether it was appropriate for Xie Juanzi to come here? Besides, once you enter Nanhong, as long as your grades are good, you will generally be promoted directly from kindergarten. What exactly is Xie Jun's identity and what is his specific situation? Even if it can be covered up for a while, can it be covered up forever? Or does Zhu Fangzhen feel that, relying on Xie Shiming's relationship? Even if only by borrowing Xie Shiming's reputation, can Xie Junza really thrive and live comfortably here? Shen Chu wanted to shake his head. But never mind. If they could have been talked through, the mother and son wouldn't have fought to the death until now. Shen Chu played for a while and didn't want to continue. What's more, teacher Xiaohua, who hadn't been seen for a long time, came over and wanted to take them to Sunflower Class 1. In addition to reporting to Xie Shiming, they also had to introduce Xie Shiming to the environment of the kindergarten, etc. Qi Yuanxi was also taken away. Shen Chu noticed that Xie Junza was actually going in the same direction as Qi Yuanxi. The two went to Sunflower Class 2 together. That's fin, at least this time it's not like before, when he was in Sunflower Class 1 with them. A blessing in disguise. The little fat boy is relatively easy to satisfy. Anyway. Shen Chu thought that as long as they didn't take the initiative to pay attention to each other, it would be fine. But after the break, when the two classes were doing extracurricular activities in the same place, Shen Chu found that something seemed to be wrong. At first, he felt that someone was always looking at him and Xie Shiming, then there were always people accidentally passing by him and Xie Shiming, and looking at them, and then they gathered in a small group, looking at him and Xie Shiming while chirping. If there was nothing going on, no one would believe it. It turns out that children will also gather together and play with crickets. Especially if it happens in front of the person being bitten by the cricket, and it's done on purpose. It seems like they are showing off something. And as if they have a special sense of pride. They usually take advantage of the fact that the other party dares not to approach or say anything. If they see the person being tickled by the cricket change his expression, they will probably talk even more excitedly. Shen Chu snorted softly. They actually do this. Can he be afraid? That definitely can't happen. So the little fat boy clapped his hands, took a big step and walked over with a heartless pace. Are you talking about me and my brother? Shen Chu walked up to him and asked, with a clear conscience, what are you talking about? Can I listen too? Several children present. Chapter 16. There is a famous saying, it is better to waste others' energy than to waste your own energy. Shen Chu was determined to implement this, so he stood among the children, stretched out his hands, one in each hand, and hugged the two people beside him, with a cute and kind smile on his little face. Tell me, what are you talking about? The children looked at each other, with visible embarrassment on their faces. Probably no one expected that the person involved would actually come directly over. This would make it difficult for them. Moreover, Shen Chu not only came over himself, but also called Xie Shiming over. Together, they seemed to be telling them not to leave unless they told him. What's more, Xie Shiming was much taller than most of the other children, and it was quite oppressive standing next to them. Hey, it's okay, let's just chat. Shen Chu acted like a gangster boss, with a cigarette almost hanging from his lips. It's like this. I'm just worried that the information you got is wrong, which would be bad, so tell me, so that I can correct the wrong information for you. After all, it's better to ask the person involved than anyone else, right? Because of Shen Chu's good attitude, and because he was caught red-handed, as well as curiosity, he hesitated for a few seconds, and someone actually spoke first. We didn't really talk about anything, it was just. The other party looked at Xie Shiming, and then continued, why is your brother's surname Xie? Shouldn't his surname be Shen? And the new guy in our class is also named Xie, so shouldn't they be relatives? Yes, why are you called Xie Shiming? Aren't you the child that the Shen family found outside? Does the Shen family not like you? I heard that you used to be poor. Shen Chu, Qi Yuanxi said you are taking over the magpie's nest. Do you know what the idiom cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest means? He asked me to tell you. He is not. Before Shen Chu could say anything, the other party's voice was interrupted by Xie Shiming. Xia Shiming frowned, looked over, and repeated, Shen Chu is not. There was not a trace of hesitation in his tone. Shen Chu blinked. He didn't expect that when someone said that he was a poor man, Xia Shiming not only didn't refute it, but even his expression didn't change. Instead, he responded for him. But it's also true that when it comes to himself, Xia Shiming has always been taciturn and too lazy to talk back. But doing is more important than talking. If it really affects something, proving it with facts will be more effective than anything else. If it's not, then it's not. We didn't say that. Yes, we heard it too. And who doesn't know what happened in your family? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, especially with dissatisfaction towards Xia Shiming, the fat boss took action in time. Stop. Shen Chu took Xia Shiming's hand and said, come with me first. Then he turned around and said, wait here for a while. Xia Shiming was pulled aside. Shen Chu made a judgment and confirmed that Xia Shiming would not hear anything at this distance. He pressed his shoulder and then stood on tiptoe to pat Xia Shiming's head, wait for me here for a while. Xia Shiming. Seeing Shen Chu turning around and about to leave, he quickly pulled his hand and asked, what are you going to do? Oh, what can I do? After Shen Chu finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Xia Shiming for a few seconds, and then approached him unexpectedly. Brother, are you worried about me? So you like me very much? Of course Xia Shiming couldn't answer it. However, Shen Chu had teased him enough and turned to walk away, but he suddenly heard him speak behind him. I'm right here watching you. The little fat boy tilted his head and thought. Does this mean I'll be here to protect you? Ouch, that's so awkward. When Shen Chu came back, the children were still there. Either he was obedient, or he was curious about what Shen Chu wanted to do. In addition, children are more sensitive, and they could clearly feel that Xia Shiming was somewhat dissatisfied with them. However, Shen Chu pulled him away in time, so the children gave him face and did not leave. But Xia Shiming was dissatisfied, and they were also dissatisfied. They are all children who have been spoiled by their families since childhood. Who can be the little punching bag? Shen Chu saw the expressions on their faces and thought to himself that rumors stop at the wise ugh. That's not true. Others can spread it, so why can't he? Rumors are also spreading, it just depends on who spreads it better. So the little fat boy clicked his tongue twice and waved his little hand at a few people. Several children. What are you doing? Shen Chu smiled sweetly, do you want to hear a story? I'll tell you stories for free. It's a story that's even better than the tadpole looking for its mother. It's so touching and moving. During the free time, most of the other children were playing, but Chi Unc was still reading a book. But today he couldn't concentrate on reading. He kept glancing to the other side from time to time, pretending to be casual, and then looking back. After going back and forth several times, I suddenly discovered that the small pile on the opposite side had actually expanded and there were more people. It's strange, what is Shen Chu doing? Chi Unc doesn't just care, he cares extremely. At this moment, he couldn't sit still, scratching his ears and cheeks, feeling itchy inside, but he couldn't go over there for the sake of saving his face. If you go past it, you lose. Just like that, he finally got to see those guys coming back, his small advance team. But before Chi Unc could ask any questions, he saw that the eyes of these people who came back were red, as if they had been crying. One of them was even rubbing his eyes. Chi Unc was stunned for a moment, then jumped up instantly. What happened? Did Shen Chu hit you? No way, that white bun can fight three at once. No, Shen Chu didn't beat us. He told us stories. Tell a story. Chi Unc frowned. What story? When did Shen Chu start telling stories? A very touching and moving story. Chi Unc. Several children started talking at once. Shen Chu told them about Xia Wenshan bringing Xia Shiming over, and the reason why Xia Shiming didn't want to change his name, etc. After artistic processing and literary enhancement, and then using the writing style he used when writing college entrance examination essays as examples. How could a fat boy with a high school education not be able to grasp this group of illiterate little kids who were just in the last year of kindergarten? That must be impossible. What's more, Shen Chu had sent Xia Shiming away in advance, which left him with a huge amount of room and space to play. The world changes with his hands and the world with his mouth, and he talks in all his ways to make people cry. He wants to let these little illiterate people see what the knowledge base and literary accomplishment are at the peak of their life. Xia Shiming is so pitiful. Yes, he is a good boy and his family likes him very much. His parents are nice too, they don't spank him. I want parents like that too, but they even let him watch cartoons. Chi Unc, please stop talking about others. We are going to go find Xia Shiming to play together. Several people asked Chi Unc if he wanted to go. Chi Unc didn't know whether he was angry or something. His face turned red, and he muttered angrily, "I'm not going." "Oh, all right then." Seeing that they were about to leave, Chi Unc immediately stretched out his hand. "Wait. Then why did you come back? Just to tell me this?" "Oh, no. Oh yeah, I almost forgot." Chi Unc, what did you forget? That's right. Shen Chu asked you if you knew what it meant to be touching and moving. He said he could come over and explain it to you. Also, the idiom "the cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest" is too simple. He asked you not to bring it to him to embarrass yourself. Chi Unc. He might as well not ask. It was as if he could see Shen Chu making the yeah gesture, swaying in front of his eyes. This time there are two idioms. 2-0. You can imagine the little fat boy with his hands on his hips, smiling smugly. And he once again lost miserably. He hates it. Chi Unc was so angry that he wanted to punch the ground. After everyone left, he sat there feeling annoyed, feeling more lonely than ever before. At this moment, someone sat down next to him. "Are you okay? Actually, it's good that you don't go play with Xia Shiming." Chapter 17. After the free activities, it is time for lunch, and after lunch, it is time for a nap. Nanhong is a on-stop hosting service with reasonable prices and services. All dishes are prepared by experts, with chefs cooking, Chinese and Western food, dessert chefs, etc. The places for naps are all themed rooms, which can be said to be comprehensive. However, eating still requires scientific combinations. You can't just eat whatever you want, and vegetables are a must. Shen Chu held his small rice bowl and looked at the green peppers in it, wrinkling his nose. He hates the taste of green peppers the most. Next is carrots. I used to always tell myself that eating these is good for my health, but now, I can't even think of eating these two dishes. So Shen Chu held the small rice spoon and looked at Xia Shiming. Coincidentally, Xia Shiming was also looking at him. In other words, all the way from getting food to sitting down, the other person kept looking at him from time to time, as if he wanted to say something. To be more precise, it was before the free time ended. Xia Shiming seemed to be full of questions. "What are you doing?" Shen Chu held his chin and tilted his head toward Xia Shiming. "Do you suddenly think I'm cute?" Xia Shiming seemed to pause for a moment, then asked, "What did you tell them?" Why did the attitude change drastically later? He even took the initiative to come and play with them. The little fat boy blinked, then spread his hands and played dumb. "What are you talking about?" Xia Shiming glanced at Shen Chu and suddenly said, "Actually, I don't care." "Oh." Shen Chu stretched out his voice and stretched out his little hand. Just as Xia Shiming was about to go and see, he heard Shen Chu speak again. "So what do you care about? If you don't care about what others say about you, then what about other things? There must be other things you care about, right?" Shen Chu held his chin with one hand and looked at Xia Shiming while stretching his other empty hand forward again. "Brother, tell me. So what would you care about?" Xia Shiming hesitated and opened his mouth. I. Shenchu. The sudden voice interrupted the two of them. Shenchu looked up and saw Qi Yuanzi standing opposite him with a small rice bowl. Beside him was Xie Juanzi. How did these two end up playing together? Almost startled by being called by his name, Shenchu rolled his eyes and said, "What are you doing?" "Qi Yuanzi, you don't want to sit next to me, do you?" "No. You don't want to eat. Who wants to sit next to you?" Qi Yuanzi raised his eyebrows and snorted, but when he glanced at Xie Shiming who was sitting opposite Shenchu, he suddenly laughed for some reason, and even gloated over the misfortune. "I just wanted to come over to remind you, be careful not to get into trouble." "What do you mean?" Shenchu frowned. "Oh, don't you know?" Qi Yuanzi seemed surprised and looked at Xie Shiming again. "Shenchu. Why is this child so annoying? Generally, when the other party says, 'What? You didn't know that,' they want you to continue asking questions so that they can kindly tell you the answer, or they want to ask even though they already know the answer so that they can ridicule and mock you." Shenchu secretly chuckled twice, thinking that this was just a small trick. It was like showing off in front of Guan Gongwan. He stretched out his voice and said, "Then do you want to tell me?" "I." Qi Yuanzi just uttered the word "I" and saw Shenchu shaking his head the next second. "Forget it, I don't really want to know. But if you really want to tell me, I can be merciful and listen." Qi Yuanzi. Game over. Seeing Qi Yuanzi and Xie Juanzi turn around and leave, Shenchu wrinkled his nose and snorted, raising his little head to the sky and fighting with me. But what bad luck. I always look at Xie Shiming. Shenchu looked over subconsciously and saw that Xie Shiming seemed to be in a daze, with his brows slightly furrowed. He stretched out his little hand and waved it in front of Xie Shiming's eyes. "What are you thinking about? If you don't eat now, the food will get cold." Xie Shiming finally came back to his senses, looked at Shenchu, and then nodded. Then he lowered his head. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xie Shiming raised his head again. "I remember I don't have that much food. Especially bell peppers and carrots. Hey. Shenchu patted his soft belly, which was as soft as a white glutinous rice ball, and said shamelessly with a puffy face. "I can't eat much, brother, please help me eat some. Green peppers and carrots have the highest nutritional value. Look how I am on your side. I gave them all to you. You have to eat them well and don't let me down." The little fat boy probably felt that he was a bit shameless, so he stretched out his 2 little hands, pinched them into a shape, and then put them together, trying to please others, and gave a standard smile. "Brother, I'll give you a heart." He is really losing his moral integrity. But it doesn't matter, as long as it works. Shenchu ate the meal happily and hummed a song while making his bed for a nap. On his left was Xie Shiming. And the small bed on his right was still empty. This SpongeBob SquarePants themed room belongs to Sunflower Class 1 and Sunflower Class 2 today. The beds are also in the style of SpongeBob SquarePants or Mr. Krabs, but there is no Patrick, Mr. Krabs, or Squidward. Because it is difficult to make beds, everyone wants to grab SpongeBob SquarePants' bed to sleep on. Shenchu quickly took 2 and pulled Xie Shiming to make the small bed together. There were still 2 SpongeBob SquarePants beds left next to him, and he didn't know which 2 would take them. Just as I thought of this, I saw Qi Yuanzi and Xie Juanzi walking over. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road. Qi Yuanzi also frowned and tooted, but he wanted to sleep in SpongeBob's crib, so he stood there and turned to look at Shenchu. "This is our Sunflower Class 2, you go sleep over there." Shenchu looked around and said, "Where does it say this is your class place? Are you just talking nonsense?" "Oh. Do you understand what empty talk and nonsense mean? Otherwise I'll give you." "I understand. You don't need to explain." Shenchu drew out his voice again, and said in a familiar voice, "So you know you are talking nonsense." "I didn't." Qi Yuanzi pointed to the wall and said, "Obviously there are more people from our class here." The little fat man tilted his head. So what? Do you know there is an idiom called making a point? Chi Unc was so angry that he almost fell over. Idiom. Another idiom. He felt like countless idioms were hitting him on the head today, and Shinchu's words so what made his anger soar inexplicably. He was almost mad to death. At this moment, someone pulled him from behind. Forget it, how about we just give it to them? Xie Juanzi said from behind Chi Unc, let's not fight with Shinchu and the others. Before, you just. Well, what does adding fuel to the fire mean? This is called adding fuel to the fire. All of a sudden, all the new hatred and old grudges were settled together. Chi Unc was so angry that his hair stood on end. Why? I'm going to sleep here. You go. As he said that, he reached out and pushed Shinchu hard. Shinchu was kneeling and shaking the quilt when he was unexpectedly pushed hard from behind. His butt stuck out in an instant and he lunged forward with his face hitting the ground. Puff. At the moment when he stuck his butt out and buried his face in the quilt, he seemed to hear Xie Shiming's voice. What are you doing? When he looked up again, Xie Shiming and Chi Unc were already fighting with each other. Shinchu held his little face with both hands. Ah. Should he say stop fighting or should he say, come on, brothers. Class 2 is here to fight. Shinchu shouted and rushed forward with his little fist raised. Anyway. He was not the first to start the fight. It was Chi Unc who was unreasonable and bullied others. Besides, he was not going to beat the child, but to reason with him. However, this trip was the beginning of a melee. Who could have thought that his shout would actually attract everyone in their class? Perhaps they had heard what Chi Unc said before and had been holding their anger. And since there were more people in class 2, they came up as well. As a result, the individual war turned into a mixed war. When the teachers of the two classes finally pulled them apart and found the culprit, each teacher grabbed one of them, her face turned red and white, and she almost collapsed. I have to call your parents over, this is too outrageous. Shinchu thought, it's all over. It's only the first day of school, and the first day hasn't even finished yet. Why did he promise and comfort Su Luoyue so confidently in the morning? Isn't this just contradicting yourself now? So the little fat boy raised his head and said in a negotiating tone, Teacher, my brother goes to school here, can I? Teacher. I have a brother who goes to school here too. Before Shinchu could finish, Chi Unc also spoke loudly, as if he was competing with him. Shinchu. Chi Unc puffed out his chest and said, Teacher, I have an older brother who goes to elementary school here. Teacher, I also have an older brother. Shinchu glanced at Chi Unc before continuing, he goes to junior high school here. Chi Unc. Lost. Oh yes, I also have a second brother and a third brother. Like Chi Unc's eldest brother, they also go to elementary school here. Chi Unc covered his chest. Forgot that he has a second brother and a third brother. Shinchu pointed at Xie Shiming next to him and said, this is my brother, he. Teacher Xiaohua pressed down Shinchu's fat finger, it doesn't work. Oh. Okay. But he is also my brother. As Shinchu spoke, he glanced at Chi Unc from the side. Chi Unc. Ah. I'm so angry.